right, Jason. Test, 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 test. Did you get that, Jason? Yeah, I just asked the guy. I said, wow, we
Watch it. And I'm watching for our cameras, and I don't need it either. Here we go. Here we go. Good evening. I'd like to welcome everyone to the public hearing for Forsyth County's 2025-26 budget. We would like to begin our meeting with an invocation from Dr. Cynthia Dixon, if she's here. We've been looking for her, and we've not seen her yet. Dr. Cynthia Dixon, are you here? If not, we will actually stand in a moment, if you're able, and we'll have a moment of silence, observe a moment of silence, and our Vice Chair, Gloria Wisenhunt, will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So please stand if you're able. We'll observe a moment of silence. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
God bless America.
Amen. There we go. We'll begin our meeting tonight. Now our agenda tonight consists solely of a public hearing to receive comments regarding the 2025-26 Forsyth County budget. This public hearing is an opportunity for commissioners to hear your thoughts on the proposed budget before we continue deliberations over the next few days. And I did want to mention we have 3 budget workshops that are already scheduled. They're on May 22nd, 29th, and June the 2nd. We may not need all of those, and we will actually, it'll be available on our website if we're having a budget meeting. We'll actually start those at 9 a.m. and we meet on the 4th floor, which is where the overflow group for this particular hearing is located. So it's 1 floor down in the corner, start at 9 o'clock. And all of those meetings are actually live streamed, and they're available for anyone who would like to watch later. So if on any one of those days, like next Thursday, you wanted to watch the budget hearing, our discussions of the budget, you can actually pick it right up. It'll already be taped, and you can get it off of our website and watch it. And I think it's on Facebook, but I think it also. But this hearing is not a debate. It is an opportunity to hear what you have to say. And your thoughts are important, and we want to hear from each of you. So we have two options available for citizens who wish to speak. And the first, there are some folks that may be able to call in. So citizens who are interested in participating in the public session remotely may call 336-422-1200, 336-422-1200. And you'll be placed on hold until the clerk comes on the line and asks you to begin your comments. Just before the meeting, I found we have 3 people online on the telephone, and it's probably easier to we will start with those. But if you're attending in person, if you want to speak, you do need to fill out a speaker card, those little sort of chartreuse cards. And if you have one, you can actually do it during the meeting as long as it gets to our clerk, Ms. Ashley Matthews, at the end, and she can actually take that from you. So you may do that even now. We do have an overflow room located on the 4th floor, and we have staff stationed in that room to assist anyone who wants to speak there. So if you're in the overflow room, staff will direct you to the boardroom when your name is called. And I did learn just before we started, there's actually almost a full minute delay in what we're saying here live and what's picked up in the 4th floor room. So we're working together via text with some of our folks there to make sure that goes as smoothly as possible.
The minister arrived.
Oh, good. Good. Is Dr. Cynthia? Yeah, somebody here. Let me find it. You can actually come on up, Dr. Cynthia Dixon. We'd be happy, since you are here. We had a moment of silence, but you can put a period on that by actually doing that, and to come right on up. Thank you for being here. Imagine it might have been a little crowded out to get here. Come on up, and if I'd please like to ask you to stand if you're able. Dr. Cynthia Dixon, she is from the Rivers of Living Waters Global Ministry. So, thank you.
Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this great community and city in which we live. We thank you for those who serve and have in their heart to better our community. And we pray your blessings upon this time together. We pray for your wisdom. We pray for your direction, and we pray for your guidance. Thank you for the community that's present here. We thank you for the input and the involvement. And Lord, I know that together we'll help make this a better place. And we commend this time into your hands. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you for being here. All right, let me get right to the point. I've mentioned about our overflow room, and I'm going to be using a timer tonight to keep track of each speaker having 3 minutes. And there's it's pretty near my microphone, and you'll actually hear a little beep, beep, beep. And you can finish your thought, but if you don't finish your thought, I may ask you to stop. So I don't want you don't have to be cut off, but when it rings, I'd appreciate your kind of reaching a conclusion. We also have 2 on-deck chairs to keep things moving as rapidly as we can. And as soon as we hear our folks that are on the phone, our clerk will call up 3 people at least, and they can come up with 1 to speak, 2 on deck, and then we'll call a person up after that. So that gives us a little travel time, and we hope that will keep things moving so we don't wait for people in transit back and forth. And finally, I did want to mention that Vice Chair Wisenhunt is actually recovering from back surgery, and at everything we've been to lately, she has to get up and walk every now and then and move. Sitting down is uncomfortable. So if you see her get up, she is not unhappy with your comments. She just simply has to stretch her legs, and we actually have a little room right over here. It's actually got where our broadcast is, and she'll be able to hear and not miss anything. Even if she walks outside, there's a spot to go. So with that being said, We will go ahead and start with our three people who are online on call, and then we will begin with our three people and continue.
Available. You are now available. Thank you. You are now available. Thank you.
Yeah, let's go ahead. You can call three, and we'll get started with live people here.
Okay, the first three speakers are Jason Thiel, Kathy Guidas, and Angela Huntley.
And Jason, before you begin, would you please just give us your name and address, and then I will start the timer. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jason Thiel, and I'm at 515 North Cherry Street, Winston-Salem 27101. I represent the Downtown Winston-Salem Partnership, and I'm one of the many community organizations that's seeking funds through the budget. I know that this year is going to be a very difficult year, but I wanted to share with you a little bit about our organization. I know many of you are familiar with it, but for those listening online and television, and those of you that don't, that we recruit businesses downtown, we promote free events, beautification programs, and many other things that benefit the entire city, whether it's decorating our storefronts, but we have been involved in many different things. This is my 20th year in the job, and I want to thank the county for all of the stuff, all of the things that you have done for downtown Winston-Salem, whether it be the Caladium Museum, which we just love, or the new county courthouse, or the facilities that you guys manage. You do a wonderful job. We ask, and we're grateful for the $20,000 a year that you've given us in the time that I've been here, and this would be the first year that we wouldn't receive funding if the budget stays true. We do not take that money for granted. It's something that we use, and funding for organizations like ours are something that we have a lot of project-related funding, a lot of project funding that has to be spent on restricted things. We have very few money that oftentimes we have to compete with corporate asks from any other organizations. It's of no surprise to you that getting out and asking for corporate funding is more challenging than ever. And so the combined governmental challenge is going to be something you'll probably hear a lot about today. These are tough times for a lot of different folks. For downtown, certainly the pandemic had a big impact on office vacancy. That office vacancy reflects foot traffic downtown during the days. So you're seeing conversations nationwide about downtowns losing ground on the 20 years of incline that we've had for many years. And what you're seeing is challenges with storefronts closing across the country. You also have a combined challenge with people buying things at home, which also has a big impact, not just downtown, but citywide with retail. I would tell you that this is a hard time for us to experience this lack of funding. We do get the $20,000, and I'm grateful for it. I know I could spend a lot of time, but in the interest of time and the long day ahead of you, night ahead of you, I will just leave it there and say thank you. I do wish it were possible, but I know all of you are civic-minded people doing the best that you can under very difficult circumstances. But I do want to tell you this has a negative impact on us. We'll feel it. I'll tell you, if we don't get the funding next year, I'm going to bother each and every one of you as many times as I can to try to put myself in the best position to get more funding next year.
Thank you. Let's begin with your name and your address, please.
My name is Kathy Guidas, 5102 McConnell Drive in Kernersville.
And good evening, Chairman Martin and the rest of the board. I would like to thank the board for giving me the opportunity to speak to you this evening. I recently joined the Shepherd Center Senior Center, and yes, it has changed my life dramatically. I've never met a nicer group of people in my entire life. There's always a smile and a warm hello to welcome me when I walk in the doors. I feel like I'm at home. It's like walking into your best friend's home without having to knock on the door. I have taken some of the wonderful classes that they offer and have also been privileged to teach a class, which I hope to progressively teach more classes. Yes, there are a lot of our seniors that are in need of special care, but on the other hand, we seniors have something to give back. This includes, but is not at all limited to, understanding, emotional support, and most importantly, love. If this grant is denied, the consequences will be devastating to our seniors. It would mean earlier closing times. Therefore, people would be unable to attend the center's many activities. A reduction in staff, and most of all, fewer or altogether canceled activities. The center not only serves the town of Kernersville, the seniors of all, but it also serves all of the seniors in the entire Forsyth County. Many of these citizens have lived here for their entire lives, and they deserve help. This would be a shame if this grant were denied, and it is not at all the way to treat senior citizens. The center offers many critical needs. These are, but not limited to, caretaker support, health and medical screenings, and wellness classes. I have a question for the board. This is a $24,000 grant. If you deny this grant, what are you going to do with the money? Where's it going to go? Anybody know? Anybody care to answer that question? Can anybody?
We know, but we're not going to have a debate tonight.
No, I just wanted to know. I don't want to debate anything. I just want to know where it's going to go.
Restore our fund balance.
Just do it, pardon?
I'm not going to have a debate.
No. I didn't hear what you said.
I said restore our fund balance that we spent last year
Okay.
to avoid tax increases.
Okay. Please, as I stand before you this evening, not only for myself, my friends at the center, but for all the county's seniors, I beg of this board, please do not deny this grant. And to the board members, someday, God willing, you will, if you have not already, will reach our ages, and you or your loved ones may need these services. So that is my statement, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. You want to call some more folks to fill our seats? Come on up. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Angela Huntley. You need my address? I'm with NC Empower Up, and our address is 800 West 5th Street in Winston-Salem, 27101.
Go ahead.
I'm Angela Huntley. I'm the Executive Director of NC Empower Up, and I'm here to talk about our program, Early Scribes. And these wonderful people, these young people behind me, are a good group of our Early Scribes. They're here to support today. Early Scribes is a program for middle school students that takes a holistic approach to literacy. We are based in research that shows, research by the nation's leaders in childhood literacy that proves a direct correlation between writing skills and reading skills. When writing is better, reading is better. And kids who read and write, who write early and often in and out of school actually read better. So our program has 3 different components. The first one is our curriculum, which is a custom curriculum that was created in collaboration with seasoned educators. It combines book coaching techniques with the standard course of study that's set by the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction for English and Language Arts. These are the set of skills that the state has determined that middle school students need to master in order to graduate from high school, college, and career ready. Our curriculum walks them through the creative process of writing, planning, and publishing their own books. The second part of our curriculum is where we invite lived experience speakers to come in and talk with our kids about their careers in creative industries that revolve around literacy and the path that they took to get there. These are content creators, reporters, authors, illustrators, and others. The third part of our program is entrepreneurship. Because it is a goal for everyone who completes the program to exit as a published author, we also lay a foundation of sales and marketing skills so that they can leverage their new product. We just completed our first cohort this spring in March, and after 6 weeks and 18 hours of instruction, 100% of our cohort completed as a published author. 80% of the students learn new creative writing techniques, which will support their writing projects in and out of school, and also decoding text. 50% of the students are currently working on writing projects outside of the classroom, and 100% of the students have launched their own online business where they're getting firsthand experience in merchandising, customer service, and money management, and so much more. 70% of the students were introduced to entrepreneurship for the very first time. So we would appreciate it if you would consider our proposal and squeeze out a little bit to fund us. Thank you so much. I'm sorry? How much was your? I think it was 43. Thank you.
We're going to do the online folks now, that calls.
Mr. Chairman, they are working out some bugs on that. Can we continue with the speaker cards?
Yes, let's.
Okay. The next three speakers are Mac Wilder, Ashley Cooper, and Emily Farrell.
Yes.
My name's Mac Wilder. I've lived in Louisville, North Carolina for the last 15 years. My zip code is 27023, 385 Fox Ridge Circle. My concerns are two. One, maintaining a low class size in the classroom. All my kids are grown up. They're adults now. I got one still at Chapel Hill that might get out in the next 10 years. He's going to be a doctor. But I also have a unique position where I had my first two daughters go to Greensboro Day School. I lived in Greensboro at the time. And my second two kids went to public school. They all did well. One public school, she got a master's degree. Forrest Williams going to be a doctor. My oldest went to Greensboro Day, went to Weaver as a magnet school, an art magnet school. She was cum laude in her class. But keeping the class size down to 16 gets that ratio where you get a good teacher-student relationship, and the need for assistance just can't be discounted. The second, keeping it under 3 minutes, I volunteer at Crisis Control. I was unaware that you got money. You give money to Samaritan Ministries. I've been on the serving line, feeding the homeless. They really count on that money. I work at the Crisis Control Ministry pharmacy, and I'm also a diabetic. So I've had 2 heart attacks. So I know how important it is to have insurance. And I see Thursday and Friday this week and some last week, I see across the counter a need is being filled that can't be filled any other way. So when you're looking at budget items, those 2 things, class size for education and those nonprofits that do the dirty work, I'm an agnostic. I don't belong to a church. An agnostic means he doesn't know the right or wrong. And I admit that you guys don't know exactly who God is, but I told my son when we were volunteering at Samaritan Ministries, I can't tell you if there's a God, but I can tell you if there was a God, this would be God's work. And that's about as close as I come to the truth. When you're putting your thumb on the budget, look at what they do for the community. I appreciate it.
Good evening. Ashley Cooper, representing the Shepherd Center, 636 Grayland Street, Kernersville, North Carolina. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. As I said, my name is Ashley Cooper. I'm the Executive Director of the Shepherd Center of Kernersville, and we are here to ask you to preserve the $24,000 grant that supports our senior center. As you heard, we have a lot of passionate people who attend there, and we have become a trusted resource that serve older adults not only in Kernersville, but Walkertown and eastern Forsyth County, and we've done so for the past 40 years. When we submitted this grant application last November, we could not have anticipated the changes that followed. A Key Foundation cut our funding by $20,000 due to loss of funding at the state level. Now we've been told to expect a 10% reduction in home care and community block grant funds. And as a result, the county grant that once only supported 12% of our budget now will make up 20% of our budget. Losing it would force difficult choices at a time when demand is growing rapidly. And in 2024, we saw over 21,000 visits, a 16% increase from the year prior. This funding supports infrastructure and operating costs to deliver health and wellness classes, medical screenings to those with limited access, free tax prep for older adults. This year alone, we saved them over $300,000. Loaned medical equipment, and at this point, we're the only program in the county that provides that at no cost. Caregiver support groups offering guidance and relief, as well as arts and enrichment programs fostering connection and well-being. These are not optional programs. They support dignity and independence. We recognize the county is under financial pressure, but we ask that older adults and their caregivers not bear the unrelated cuts. The need is urgent. We know that in Forsyth County, 1 in 5 residents are over the age of 60. 29% of older adults over the age of 65 live by themselves. Nearly 20% of older adults live near the poverty line, and yet 1,250 seniors moved here in 2022. These are your neighbors. They've built this community, and now they need your support. Our senior center offers more than programs. It offers the cure for social isolation and loneliness. Prolonged social isolation poses serious health risk, equivalent to smoking 15 cigarettes a day. It may even shorten lifespan up to 15 years and increase the likelihood of entering a nursing home or emergency room visits. Programs like Cash Buddies connect seniors with third graders from Cash Elementary, which is a Title I school. One participant recently told us, "I didn't know how much I needed this until I got my first hug." Last year, we engaged over 19,000 volunteer hours, created a Maker's Mark for artisans 55 plus to sell their work and receive the validation that their creativity is still valid, all while delivering over $1 million worth of impact. And we do this with heart, humility, and stewardship. Thank you for your consideration.
Good evening. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Emily Farrell. I live in Kernersville at 112 Davis Meadows Road. I am coming as a very fortunate member of the Board of Directors for the Shepherd Center of Kernersville. I have a big speech written out, but bottom line, I've lived in Forsyth County for 7 years, and I have been fortunate enough for the last 18 months to be part of the Board of Directors, which I didn't think that I was qualified for, honestly. But as I have gotten to know the multitude of services, the depth and breadth of rides to doctor's office, getting prescriptions delivered or picked up, groceries, handyman services, friendly callers in Project Joy, where people will give us old flower vases that they've received flowers from, and a wholesale flower company provides us with flowers, so we're able to, every week, take bouquets of flowers out to people who are sick, shut in, if it's their birthday or an anniversary. They even sent me one on my birthday, and I don't qualify yet for services. So, to me, a huge problem that we're facing is isolationism, both across the spectrum, I don't care how old, right? We're all so compartmentalized, and I really think that we need to consider supporting the centers where people can gather, where it's safe, where they have a place where they can be and have their needs met to a certain degree. I did receive a letter that I would like to share with you. This is from Teresa Thayer. I'd like to just share her story to put in perspective what she's experienced. I've been coming to the Shepherd Center of Kernersville for nearly a year. I was new to Kernersville, having moved to North Carolina from Arizona. I left a supportive home with my sister nearby. I came to be near my children and grandchildren. However, due to their busy schedules, I was alone and isolated. I spent nearly every day in tears, truly in despair. I heard about the Shepherd Center during a week-long hospitalization when the social worker came in to inquire whether I had a support system of care at home. Though I knew I needed to have outside interests, going out in public was very difficult, as I have recently been diagnosed with severe anxiety disorder. Hence, it was nearly a year before I first walked through the doors of the Shepherd Center. I met Debbie Williams, who I am pleased to call a friend. She's here tonight. Not to pick on you. Anyway, when I told her how isolated I was, her reply was, "Not anymore." She gave me a tour and explained the various programs. Then the most amazing thing happened. She took me to a room full of people who welcomed me as if they'd known me for a long time. True warmth and welcome. The individuals, my group, my community, have become an integral part of my life. They give me purpose. The Shepherd Center literally saved me. I really don't know where I would be. I no longer dread waking up each morning to empty, lonely days. I thank God every morning for each and every one of my friends. This organization, the seniors, and the staff are so important to people like me. Thank you for taking the time to read my letter. Please consider the valuable work the Shepherd Center does. I think that speaks for itself. Thank you so much. I appreciate the time.
Mr. Chairman, I think we have the bugs worked out. If you'd
Okay,
like to try
great.
the phone calls.
Yes.
So we're going to keep trying to work the bugs out. Let's go to the next three cards. The next speakers are Dr. Althea Taylor-Jones, Pete Polonsky, and Rebecca Sahabre.
Good evening. I am Althea Taylor-Jones, and I reside at 1469 Country Meadow Lane, Kernersville, North Carolina. As an addendum to the Shepherd Center of Kernersville, just want to share some information with you. The number of Americans aged 65 and older is projected to increase significantly. Looking back at 2022, 58 million. Looking forward to 2050, we're looking at 82 million. The median age of the U.S. population is increasing, and by the year 2034, there will be more seasoned citizens than there are children. Families are becoming much smaller, and there are fewer traditional family caregivers. The older population is becoming more racially and ethnically diverse. We have to rethink societal attitudes, fostering a more inclusive and empowering approach to aging. Society often portrays aging as a period of frailty, putting today's older adults as staying active, pursuing new interests, and working longer, we can look at this from a positive perspective. Many continue to make an impact through volunteerism, as some have already mentioned tonight, mentoring, as well as engaging in advocacy activities. By highlighting the diverse and dynamic lives of older adults, we can combat ageism and we can celebrate the benefits of aging. Representation in media, workplaces, and public policy is essential to ensuring older adults are portrayed accurately as well as positively. Aging is often linked to decline, as I said earlier, to dependence, leading to misconceptions that fuel discrimination as well as isolation. And this, we must redefine aging as a time of growth, as a time of wisdom, as a time of continued engagement. Older adults contribute experience, they contribute resiliency, they contribute knowledge that benefit families, workplaces, communities, and so forth. And by shifting the conversation, we can create a culture that respects and values aging. Older adults should have a voice in politics and policies that impact their financial security, their health care, as well as workplace rights. Whether through contributing, continuing education, starting a new career, or participating in activism, older adults can take charge of their own narratives and remain active contributors to society. So there are so many ways you can see where individuals and communities can take part in this movement and help change the conversation about aging. We have to speak out against ageist comments and stereotypes in everyday conversations, media, and workplaces. As you've already heard, there are so many activities that are going on at the Shepherd Center in Kernersville. We don't intend to pit Junior against Grandpa. We're engaged with school buddies, as they said at Cash. We're engaged with pen pals. We're engaged with surrogate grandparenting. We're engaged with tutoring. We're engaged with Adopt a School. I volunteer at East Forsyth Middle School, and I've been doing that for the last 12 years, and I love those middle schoolers when I go there, and they give me respect as well. So, Dr. Martin, if you give me one more second here, inspiration, connectivity, creativity, wisdom, involvement, support, and a legacy. And we're talking about experience, strength, sharing, as well as joys. Because I've been told so many times that we have to strive to have a seat at the table. If you do not have a seat at the table, you are an item on the menu.
Hello, my name is Pete Polonsky, 3735 Linden Leaf Court in Winston-Salem. I'm here with Deli Alvarado beside me and Rep Brown. Deli Alvarado owns a piece of property in Wautown about 2 miles from here, which is an old abandoned industrial site that we are working very hard to transform into an active, beautiful community asset. About several years ago, I stood in front of a number of you and for the ARPA project, and we were able to get a grant that allowed us to build an outdoor recreation facility at a Title I school that to this day is allowing over 400 kids daily to use and thrive with it. And I believe that this project that we're asking for a grant for will even have a bigger impact on thousands of citizens weekly. I've provided several pictures you should have in your packet that show the before and after. So the first picture shows the industrial site back in 2013 as it was, which was an old abandoned truck terminal from McLean Trucking. It was just a big slab of concrete, 12 acres. The next picture shows that site about a year ago after Deli Alvarado had purchased the site, removed about 450,000 square feet of concrete at her own expense, brought in dirt, and have it on the start to be a nice community green space. And the third picture is a poor example of my rendering, because I'm not a graphic artist, showing what it would look like in the fall if we're able to accomplish this, which is to build an outdoor exercise park with outdoor exercise equipment that would be freely accessible to the community. It would be allow for a lot of significant things. Number one, and this is the grant is for the health aspect of your criteria. This community in Wautown, according to the Forsyth Community Forsyth County Community Health Assessment has the worst health outcomes in the whole area. They have a life expectancy of 67.9 years, whereas the rest of us, where I live and where many of you probably live, 84.5 years. And the reason for that is a lot of things, but one of them is exercise. Second point I want to make is about park access. Winston-Salem, even though it's in the top 100 for populous cities in the country, ranks in the bottom 10% for access to parks within a 10-minute walk. Our facility has about 8,700 people within a 10-minute walk, plus it's on the bus line. So once we are able to build this park facility, we're going to have a lot of people that are able to come and use it, improve their health outcomes. And third, we have some really good partners involved with this that want to help us run programming, such as Novant Community Health Foundation, such as the American Heart Association, such as AARP, which focuses on folks like myself over 50. So we think with those three organizations and ourselves, we will be able to improve the health outcomes significantly. The last thing I'll say is we've been working on this for a year, and you've heard this from a lot of people. It's a tough philanthropic year. I'd hate for it to become something other like this, such as a industrial waste center or a storage place for trucks, which is under consideration. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Pete, this is NC Rush is the name?
Yes, well, it's under the 501c3 of NC Rush. Yes, sir.
Good evening, commissioners, everyone. My name is Rebecca Segebre, Executive Director of Valuable Woman Community Mujer Valiosa. I live in 648 McLean Avenue, 27127 zip code. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today on behalf of our program. Our proposal is for the Expand the Business Initiative Latino Entrepreneur Success Program. We are not new to this work. For over 3 years, Mujer Valiosa, Valuable Woman, has been actively engaging the Latino community in Forsyth County, building trust and breaking down barriers through monthly business connection meetings, collaborative workshops, community resource center, and strategic collaborative partnerships with the Central Library of Forsyth County as the host of some of our programs and the Small Business Center of Forsyth County. Last year, we were able to serve over 400 Latino individuals with the desire to start or grow a business. Our community doesn't need one-time resources. They need continuity, a structure, and a culturally relevant approach that meets them where they are, in Spanish, in spaces where they feel safe, and through programming that reflects their lived realities. This program is our response. It is a structured 6-week workshop series, yes, conducted quarterly, but equips Latino entrepreneurs to launch and grow their businesses. It also includes practical, hands-on education, personalized mentoring, and culminates in a Latino Business Day, which is a public event that amplifies participant voices and showcases their products to the wider community. Workshops will cover not only teaching aspects of launching a business, like registering their business, digital marketing and planning, but also business mindset needed for long-term success. We've created a space where people that once felt invisible are now showing up with dreams, business ideas, and the courage to build something new. Now is the time to invest in that courage. This grant allows us to do what we already proven we can do, but better and more sustainable. We run these components before, but always piecemeal due to limited resources. Now, with your support, we can unify them into one powerful program that serves 80 Latinos entrepreneurs per year. We already have the trust, we already have the space, we already have the partnership. What we need now is the investment to scale our impact and meet the demand we see every day. Our grant request will allow to serve the 80 Latinos entrepreneurs per year, and we are ready to deliver with measurable outcomes, a strong oversight, and a plan for continuous evaluation and improvement. We are not just asking for funding. We are offering a partnership to expand economic development opportunity where it most needed. Let's invest in the entrepreneurs who are already here, already working, and already dreaming. Thank you. We also have a package And there's some pictures in the last page of what we had done. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Try one more time.
yes, please. Thank you. Thank you for calling the Forsyth County Board of Commissioners public session line. Please state your name and address for the record. Are you there, ma'am?
Yes, I'm here. I'm still here.
Okay, good. We're glad you're here. Please state your name and address for the record, please.
Tanya Sheffield,
And what's your address?
2700 Reynolda Road, apartment 1401. So I guess you're able to get me out of queue and I don't have to do the email because I was still typing the email.
That's right. That's right. You've got 3 minutes to speak. You may begin.
Okay. My name is Tanya Sheffield. My address is 2700 Reynolda Road, apartment 1401, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, 27106. The County Commissioners should approve the Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools budget for 2025-26 school year in full to include the deficit of the $13+ million in order to balance the budget. Our students' needs are more important today than ever. They're already lacking in providing adequate resources for students with special needs. The cost for social workers, therapists, teacher assistants, and adequate pay for our teachers is of the utmost importance. Cutting the budget is not a solution, and it will affect our students' education drastically and cause more harm. We need you to support our schools and cover the full cost for the school year to ensure that our children in Forsyth County get the best education and they're not lacking. I'd also like to speak on the commissioners, the issue of providing funds to community organizations that provide services to veterans and other community members. The need to support these organizations is very important because there aren't a lot of options for some veterans. Myself, I am a veteran, and it is important that we have organizations like Harry Veterans that support us in situations where there may be homeless veterans who need some assistance in getting housing and or moving expenses or assistance with help paying their bills, because sometimes DSS does not provide that support for veterans. And so I would like to encourage the board to continue providing some support to these organizations so that they can help the community. Thank you.
Thank you for calling the Forsyth County Board of Commissioners public session line. Please state your name and address for the record.
Jim Wells, 2188 School Street, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, 27105.
Thank you. You will have 3 minutes to speak. You may begin.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kim Wells, the Executive Director of Virtuous Women in Sisterhood, a nonprofit organization dedicated to support women who are impacted by domestic violence. VWISH was created to encourage, empower, and restore survivors of domestic violence. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of women impacted by domestic violence. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the board regarding the Forsyth Community Grant. We are requesting that you continue to fund the community grant as it is an invaluable funding opportunity. Domestic violence is a social welfare problem that impacts the three impacting 3 women, according to the Center of Relationship Abuse Awareness. 75% domestic violence-related deaths occur upon separation from the abuser. One of the greatest challenges women in domestic violence relationships experience is exiting from their relationship. One significant reason is that they are limited shelters or shelters are full. Victims of domestic violence are less likely to leave their relationship if they don't have a place to escape. The abused person may lack a financial resource to secure temporary housing, such as hotels, and will choose to remain in the relationship regardless of how severe the abuse is. One of the most important factors in influencing a person's decision to leave an abusive relationship is the ability to secure a place for them to stay. After they leave, the Wish Safe Stay program, that's us, fills the gap. We recognize the need to support program participants in securing temporary housing agreements while they await interest in domestic violence shelters. Throughout our Safe Stay program, D-Wish covers up to 7 nights in a hotel with a safety plan for participants who are exiting abusive relationships. The community grant funding will help us to continue to provide supportive services to the women and help them escape abusive relationships and begin a new life and free from abuse. Again, we appreciate the opportunity to speak to the board, and we ask that you reconsider cutting the community grant funds from the budget. We thank you, Virtuous Women in Sisterhood.
You are now available. Thank you.
Thank you for calling the Forsyth County Board of Commissioners Public Session Line. Please state your name and address for the record.
Samantha Howard, Arts Council of Winston-Salem, North Carolina.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes to speak, and you may begin.
Yes, so thank you all for hearing me. I wanted to reach out with my profound concerns regarding potential cuts to funding for the arts in our community. As you may be aware, the Arts Council of Winston-Salem has already faced challenges due to potential reductions with the National Endowment of the Arts. These funding shortfalls have prompted local artists to carefully revise their budgets, strategies, and plans, relying on funding at the local government level to sustain their programs and their initiatives. The arts are vital to Winston-Salem's identity and plays a crucial role in our community and cultural, economic, educational landscape. They not only enhance the quality of life of residents, but also attract tourism and stimulate development, provide essential educational opportunities for our youth. The potential impact for further cuts to the arts is deeply concerning. Such measures could lead to the dissolution of programs that many in our community really rely on, lessening the vibrance of our cultural scenes and eroding the city's standing as the beacon of art and culture. The consequences would be immeasurable, affecting not just artists and performers, but the entire community that benefits those who a thriving environment. We understand the complexity of and the constraints of budgetary decisions, but we urge you to consider a long-term benefit that arts programs can bring vitality, culture, and life to the city of Winston-Salem. Please continue to support this critical junction, the essentials for the rich culture tapestry that we have here in our community. Thank you so much for your attention to this urgent matter, and we look forward to hearing from you along with all other artists. Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman, that was all of the callers.
Okay, thank you.
The next three names are Will Ely, Lee Covington, and Sarah Evans.
Thank you, Commissioners, for your time and space this evening. My name is Will Ely. I reside at 120 East Devonshire Street, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, 27127. I'm here on behalf of Piedmont Environmental Alliance. We're a Winston-Salem-based nonprofit committed to a more just, resilient, and sustainable Piedmont triad. Though their organization empathizes fully with the budget constraints at hand, we want to reiterate our excitement and willingness to work with county leaders to achieve shared goals, regardless of community grant support. By way of our Affordable Healthy Homes campaign, for which we sought community grant funding, we have already been collaborating with nonprofits, the small business community, state government, and affordable housing developers to address lingering issues at the intersection of housing, public health, economic, and environmental resilience. And with several funding streams still open to our community via the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act, though very precarious at this moment, hope remains for collaboration between our organization and Forsyth County to make sure we make the most of this moment and not lose out on potentially hundreds of millions of dollars for our community. With this campaign, our goal is to provide education and technical assistance to help the most vulnerable households access health-improving and cost-saving clean energy investments in their home. Doing so will help keep more money in our community and positively impact public health outcomes in an era of austerity. The federal government has not made navigating these incentives and federal dollars easy, and we've consistently thought of our organization as a last mile and bridge to this funding between Washington, D.C. and Winston-Salem, Forsyth County. With deeper collaboration, we trust our proof concept can only grow. In 2024-25 alone, our organization facilitated nearly $5 million in new green economic investment, to include helping realize the largest solar project in our county history and bringing to our community its first ever all-electric school bus. We are additionally grateful to Chairman Martin for joining us at that ribbon cutting and flipping the switch that day at Second Harvest just this past week. Specifically, the federally funded Energy Saver NC program with a budget of $210 million that will anchor our livable housing work here in the county is poised to help low and moderate income families across the state make energy efficiency appliance upgrades, renters and homeowners alike. We expect this program to create 3,000 jobs and is expected to launch locally in fall of 2025. We believe a partnership between PEA and Forsyth County government will better position our community to maximally benefit from programs like these. We look forward to partnering with the County Commission and Departments of Environmental Assistance and Protection and Community and Economic Development to make the most of this moment, to create good-paying jobs that are future-proof and make our community more sustainable in every respect. Thank you all so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Lee Covington, President and CEO of Senior Services, located at 2895 Shore Fair Drive, Winston-Salem. Good evening, Commissioners. I stand before you today as a voice for thousands of the most vulnerable members of our community, older adults. For years, you have partnered with us to ensure the health, well-being, and dignity of our aging neighbors. Our recurring grant has helped us build essential services, most notably Meals on Wheels. Meals on Wheels is not just about delivering food. It's about delivering connection, a daily check-in, a lifeline for seniors who are often isolated and homebound. It's about ensuring they have the nourishment needed to remain healthy and independent in their own homes where they so desperately wish to stay. Now we face a precipice. The budget before you unfortunately eliminates community grant funding entirely. For Senior Services, this translates to a devastating, direct hit to the heart of Meals on Wheels. Imagine the faces of seniors who rely on that daily knock on the door, the warm meal, the brief but vital human contact, suddenly facing silence and uncertainty. And it doesn't end there. The possible elimination of the Social Services Block Grant at the federal level threatens to strip away an additional $216,000, a potential combined loss of over $600,000, leaving a catastrophic impact. Commissioners, I understand the complexities of budget decisions, but I implore you to consider the human cost here. These are not just numbers on a page. These are our mothers, fathers, grandparents, our neighbors who've contributed to this community, built its foundations, and now they deserve our unwavering support. We're asking for a modest investment in their well-being. For the average property owner, we're talking about a mere 15 cents a month to fund the request of aging service providers. So what happens when Meals on Wheels is drastically reduced or eliminated? Increased hospitalizations, greater burdens on emergency services, and a profound sense of isolation and despair for our most vulnerable citizens. The long-term costs will far outweigh the small investment today. You have the opportunity to demonstrate that Forsyth County values and respects its elders, that we will not abandon those who have given so much. I urge you with all my heart to restore community grant funding and invest in the compassionate care that senior services provides. Let's not balance the budget on the backs of our most vulnerable. Let's choose compassion. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Sarah Evans. My address is 4685 Hanley Park Drive, Walkertown, North Carolina. I am here representing Redemption and Recovery Restoration Ministries. For over 10 years, this ministry has been on the ground serving our homeless community. Not from a distance, but face to face, every single weekend without fail for 10 years. We clothe them, we feed them, but most importantly, we listen to them. We've built relationships, we've built trust, we've forged gaps and with deep understanding of the real gaps in our city's approach to homelessness. Today, I urge you to reconsider funding Redemption and Recovery Restoration Ministries for the Changing Lives Project, a solution shaped by a decade of hands-on community engagement and grounded in direct service. We know for a fact that the current rapid rehousing model is not functioning as it intended to. Too many individuals cycle back into homelessness. Why? Because they're placed in homes without necessary wraparound services to stay housed. They're left without credit, jobs, mental health care, and ultimately, in most cases, without hope. Our program would change this. The Changing Lives Project isn't just another service, it's a strategic, holistic intervention. It walks alongside the individuals after housing placement, providing critical support to move from surviving to thriving. The Changing Lives Project, through Redemption and Recovery Restoration Ministries, here's what we bring to the table. Credit restoration and resume building to open doors that are otherwise closed. Life skills training and job development to help clients become work-ready and self-sufficient. Transitional housing with ongoing support, not a drop-off and run approach. Mental health support, addressing underlying, often undiagnosed and untreated issues. We're not doing this alone. We've secured support from the local mental health center. Their licensed professionals are committed to partnering with us because housing without mental health care is only a temporary fix. We also have a leader with lived experience guiding this work, someone who holds the trust of the community and understands both the systems and the people we serve. This program will reduce, we'll never get rid of homelessness, but it will reduce the recidivism, increase employment, and create real pathways to economic mobility. These are not just social wins, guys. These are fiscal wins. When people stay housed, employed, and healthy, they reduce the strain on emergency services in our city, such as the justice system, shelters. They become contributors to our local economy and neighborhood stability. In conclusion, Changing Lives Project is not a theory or a pilot dreamed up in a boardroom. It's direct response to the unmet needs that we face every week. We're not asking for a handout, we're offering a solution. Please consider fund this program. Invest in real change. Changing the world one life at a time. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Jimmy Evans, Kiat Shabazz, and Alfonso Dickey.
My name is Jimmy Evans. My address is 4685 Hanley Park Drive, Walkertown, North Carolina 27051. I had the opportunity a little over a year ago to meet the mayor at Ruberbell Park. He was speaking at an event about homelessness. And I got a chance to ask him a question. And what I asked him was there anything available to help stop the recidivism? Because we've been out there up front over 10 years, and we are serving the same people. They keep coming back. It's a revolving door. The money is being wasted. That's the reality. So I asked him if I could get 3 to 5 people in a residential setting where we could give them a mental health assessment, find out what's causing the homelessness, not just push them into rapid rehousing so that the numbers crunch correctly, so that the bottom line looks good on the quarterly report. But can we do something about them being homeless? I said, if there was a program like that, I said, would the city support it? He immediately said yes. He said, you need to come to the housing summit. So I went online immediately to try to get the invitation to the housing summit last year, but it was too soon. Like when I met him, the housing summit was coming up. I couldn't get invited. So I worked from then to now. And I have 5 people I can bring back because I'm not a lying prophet. I can bring them back if I need to, but I got 5 people that I worked with from the shelter that did not go through the rapid rehousing project that are now not homeless. They have jobs. They have their own place to live. One of them even has her driver's license and bought her a new car. And so what we're doing is working, but we need help. I'm a truck driver, and I've been married 26 years, and Amazon driver is my wife's best friend. So I have to continue driving trucks. I need y'all help to help these people. Jesus died for them too. He loved them too. And we need to stop sweeping them under the rug.
Jimmy, what organization is that with, sir?
Redemption and Recovery Restoration Ministry Incorporated. We asked for $75,000 for Changing Lives Project. Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. Good evening, commissioners, county manager, and staff. My name is Kiat Shabazz of 897 Peters Creek Parkway. I am the co-founder and the executive director of Harry Veterans Community Outreach Services. I am before you this evening requesting your continued support for the men and the women who have won the battle to protect our freedoms. My brother, who died because this government failed to provide him with the necessary resources he needed. As a result, I'm standing in the gap for him and have and will continue to work to prevent what happened to him happened to another one of his comrades. I served them tirelessly, even during the time I was diagnosed with metastasized cancer, and she's here. A nurse flew with me who is a retired major from the Army Corps of Nurses. She flew up and down to Philadelphia to the Cancer Treatment Center of America. And for me to come back, and during the time I was being treated, I still served the men and the women who unselfishly served me. So I thank you for your support in the past, and I pray that God will touch your hearts and that you will continue to stand with me to help me to serve them. To date, during this fiscal year, we have provided services to 191 unduplicated veterans, and we still, in the office, have a stockpile of requests for our services. And I've given to you a list of our allies, the agencies that we work in conjunction with. They refer veterans to us and we refer veterans to them. Collectively, together, we work to serve the men and the women who serve us. But we have in the audience with me today, I have Marines, Air Force, we have Army, Vietnam veteran. We have Tim Shepard, who is a legacy for his father from the Mumford Point Marines. All of these men and women, one of them was on the telephone, Tanya Sheffield, needed our services, and you see where she is. So I just make an appeal to you to please work with me, but they have their own stories to tell. But I thank you, may God bless you, and that you will continue to help me to help them. God bless.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Alfonso Dickey. I lived at 5020 Shadowland Drive, Winston-Salem, 27106. I'm a decorated combat Vietnam, and I served in the Marine Corps for 4 years, and I've been a member of Harris for 12 years. And since I've been a member of Harris, we've assisted numerous individuals when they weren't at their highest point in their lives. And you never know how much it means to an individual until you can offer the services that they really, really need at that time. We assist them with their rental, delinquent bills, food, and anything that we can do to assist them in their time of need. And I don't have a prepared speech today, but I would just like to say we would truly, truly appreciate the funds that would be allocated, hopefully, and they will be much needed and much appreciated. And I'd like to say thank you very, very much. Thank you.
The next speakers are Terry Hodges, Catherine Austin, and Alfonso Boyd.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Terry Hodge. I live at 289 Ball Cypress Drive in Winston-Salem, 27127. I will be brief. I really appreciate you allowing me the opportunity to speak, first of all. It is important that we continue to support our veterans. Myself, I'm the Air Force guy. I spent 23 years in the Air Force, and after that, I spent another 9 years, in the Department of Veteran Affairs working for veteran benefits. So I know the situation that our country, our communities are in is growing. It's getting larger every day. You have, like I said, I'll be brief. You have supported us in the past. We ask you to continue to support us. Help us to help others help themselves. Once again, thank you for the time.
Good evening. My name is Alfonso Boyd. I live at 195 Sedona Drive in Lexington, North Carolina. I myself am a U.S. Marine Corps combat veteran of the Gulf War. I served 10 years in the U.S. Marine Corps. As we know, a veteran is a person at one time signed a blank check up to the U.S. government, up to and including their very lives. That's something to really think about, I think. Well, sometimes a lot of veterans kind of fall through the cracks and they're not able to get what they need from the federal government in the form of the VA in a timely fashion. That's where Harry comes in. We do provide veterans, as you've heard before moments ago, with housing, whether it be rent, mortgage, food, or even utility payments. So we'd just like to ask you to continue to help us to provide services for America's finest. It would be greatly appreciated. Thank you so kindly, and God bless you. All right.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Catherine Austin Bohannon. I live at 129 North Dunleavy Avenue, Winston-Salem, North Carolina. I am also a retired combat veteran, a Gulf War veteran, and I just wanted to express, if you haven't gone to a war, don't go, because it's nothing beautiful. And I stand here to tell you that it's no secret that veterans suffer from mental and physical illnesses. It's no secret that they sometimes do not have monies to pay for their rent and various things. And many of them most definitely live from paycheck to paycheck. And some of them, which is really sad, are really fighting right now for compensation for their injuries. It's just like after 30 years, you know, when you get 70 years old, you go try to get your monies and you don't get it. So that some of them really suffer hardships, and some of them have family members who just have thrown them by the wayside. And especially with the mental illness part, I think veterans plays a very part in that, Harry does, because there's a place when we have had people come sit with us, we didn't have anywhere else to sit. They sat at the office and we talked to them. As a matter of fact, it was a World War II veteran, Mr. Wilson. He made it a point every week to drive down and sit about 3 hours with us. And so I just want to encourage you all just to remember that those same veterans that you see sitting on the wayside, I'm a minister too, and I want to put those texts on you. Those same veterans you see sitting on the road homeless, remember they were somebody's baby. Remember that they were young at one time. And so I think a lot of times when you see the older face, we sometimes, not you all, but some people just have a problem with older people. But I want to encourage you, as you pledge allegiance to the flag, as that flag is flying, remember that the veterans that are here sick, the ones you see with amputated legs, the ones that just look like they don't have it together, those are the ones who went to fight for you. This is why you can sit where you are, for this country has one of the greatest air forces, the greatest Army, the greatest Navy in the whole wide world. So I don't want to piggyback with what they said. As you know, we want you to continue funding our organization for the veterans. God bless you, and thank you for listening to me.
The next three speakers are Sam Matthews, Elizabeth Miller, and Abria Armstrong.
I'm Sam Matthews, Executive Director of the Shepherd Center of Greater Winston-Salem. And in light of the time and the number of speakers, I want to try to be brief. On behalf of the thousands of older adults we serve throughout Forsyth County, I want to thank you all for your steadfast support of the programs and services that we have been able to offer throughout the community. Your investment has paid dividends.
We're a state-certified senior center of excellence in our 40th year of service and served over 8,300 older adults throughout Forsyth County last year. Between ourselves and the Shepherd Center of Kernersville, who you heard from earlier, we're basically serving the entire community. Our most recent quarterly report to the county shows a return of investment of $10 for every dollar the county has invested in our programs. We currently estimate that we're saving the older adults in this community $500,000 a year in services that they would otherwise have to pay for. Currently, over approximately 60% of those we serve are below 200% of the federal poverty level. Some people are not aware that in Forsyth County, there are already more older adults age 60 and over than there are youth 17 and under. We are facing a critical need for services for older adults as that population ages. Also, a very much overlooked fact is there is no public transportation beyond the city limits of Winston-Salem. We're serving that need. And there are very few resources for affordable minor home repairs like grab bars and bathrooms or fixing ramps or other carpentry and electrical and heating and air conditioning work. Your investment is helping with that. I also firmly believe a budget is a moral document which reflects the values of a community. Animal Services is currently budgeted in the proposed budget at $1.6 million and Youth Services at $1.2 million. As I mentioned earlier, there are more older adults in this community now than there are children and youth. I strongly encourage a line item budget in next year's budget, if not in this year's, for aging services, like it is in most counties in this state. The services that are budgeted in the adult division of the Department of Social Services does not include the services that we're providing in the community, that of ourselves, Senior Services, and the Shepherd Center of Kernersville. We requested and county staff recommended $40,000 in funding for the coming fiscal year. Your support has been critical in past years, and we respectfully request that that funding recommendation be approved for this year. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Elizabeth Miller, 3569 Millhaven Road. I'm here representing the Parenting Path, which is at 500 West Northwest Boulevard. Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you so much for the time that you've given us this evening. I don't envy the job that you have tonight, and I feel humbled to be in the same room with some of the agencies providing such great services. If you are not aware, the Parenting Path is a nonprofit that has been located in Forsyth County since 1981. For those of you who have been in Winston-Salem or Forsyth County for a long time, our agency used to be SCAN, which stood for Stop Child Abuse Now. We provide in-home services to parents with children ages 0 to 18, teaching positive parenting practice, healthy discipline, good communication, how to have healthy relationships, and with the ultimate goal of preventing and treating child abuse and neglect. You may not be aware that 61% of all the referrals received by the Parenting Path in 2024 came from Forsyth County DSS, the Forsyth County Health Department, the Forsyth County Sheriff's Office, and Winston-Salem Forsyth County Public Schools. I've been lucky enough not to have to stand before you previously to ask for funding, but these are unprecedented times. Last year, about 2 weeks before the beginning of our fiscal year, we received word from the United Way that we would sustain a 42% cut for funding for that fiscal year. That funding cut impacted many of the programs that we provide to serve those folks who are referred to us from county organizations. If you're not familiar, almost all federal and state funding that is provided for child abuse prevention is provided with the intent of preventing children from entering into foster care. For those of you who are not touching DSS daily, children who are entering foster care have already been severely abused by that point. This year, we've received referrals for children who've been removed for foster care who had fractured skulls, infants with 33 new or healing fractures, and many other things that children should not have to face. We're asking for funding for our positive effective parenting class. Last year, we received 106 referrals for that class. 85% of those referrals came from Forsyth County DSS or the Forsyth County District Court. In 2024, there were 5,096 reports of child abuse and neglect to Forsyth County DSS. Child abuse is now one of the top 3 non-accidental injuries to children at Brenner Children's Hospital. That is a severe increase. With safety nets shrinking, I only anticipate those numbers climbing. Children who experience child abuse and neglect are 9 times more likely to be involved in criminal activity. They are less likely to graduate from high school, and they are more likely to need public benefits. I want to make sure that I spend at least a portion of my time here thanking the county staff that works very closely with us, including our county manager, our deputy county manager, and our DSS director. I thank you all for the time and appreciate the opportunity.
Good evening. My name is Abria Armstrong. I reside at 51 East 4th Street, right around the corner, and I'm the Executive Director of Tricultural Arts. All evening, what I'll say is this meeting isn't a question of which of these causes is morally just or right. I think that we're all here and understand that everything that has been said this evening wants to move our community in the right direction. But also, as a girl who lives downtown and is therefore taxed 3 times on her property at the county, city, and Winston-Salem Business District level, I also understand the numbers of this. And so tonight I come here not with an emotional appeal, but with an economic one. I'm also the proud graduate of the Wake Forest School of Business, and I run our nonprofit as a business. I think about sustainability. And what I want to emphasize is that the $35,000 that Tricultural Arts has requested from the county is an investment. And the emphasis with investment is the idea that there is an implied return on investment. So let's talk about what that can look like. First, I just want to emphasize as well that we have had funders who focus solely on economic development get behind us, such as the Twin City Development Foundation. So if our economic and business leaders are saying, hey, this is worth support, this is worth us putting our money behind, I think that's also an indicator of the work that we can do in terms of driving the tax base here. So the $35,000 is split 2 ways. 10 of it is for our Juneteenth festival, and 25 is for a site manager at our Shotgun House. And I'm again thankful to each of you all who has made time to come out to the house or has heard me speak in various places about it. We think about, for Juneteenth, for example, we think about how many hotel rooms we could occupy. We think about the hospitality tax, right? We think about our event and ticket sales. We also think about how we are aiming to better and to restore the health of a neighborhood like Happy Hill and what that means for property taxes and therefore the tax base. And so we are very much working together, and I say working together in that we as Tricultural Arts are constantly looking for funding in various places. And so we've even found funding to create educational programs that we are more than happy to offer to the school system, and in fact, to subsidize those offerings to the school system. And the $25,000 for our site manager allows that programming to truly become turnkey. We spent hundreds of thousands of dollars already creating this programming, and with that 25 alone, we can then have somebody dedicated to doing this work on site. And if also you've seen the news, there was actually a break-in at the Shotgun House about a week after the ribbon cutting, which also goes to show that there needs to be a physical presence on that site as well. And for Juneteenth, the $10,000, right now the main festival is, of course, downtown, but we are actually working with the town of Kernersville this year, and we're very excited to be partnering with them on their Juneteenth festival. And so as I think about this additional $10,000 for, of course, the next Juneteenth, I think about what does it look like to celebrate in Rural Hall, in Walkertown, in Louisville, in Clemens. I think about those things and how this money could then support that. And in fact, even when Chair Martin came to visit the house and we were talking about the future of the Shotgun House site, one of the things that he said was, this will be a place that people want to come and visit. And that's what we at Tricultural Arts are aiming to do, to make not just Winston-Salem, but of course Forsyth County a destination. And so I thank you all for considering our $35,000 ask. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Timbilia Covington, Allison Perkins, and Elizabeth Dampier.
Good evening. I am Timbila Covington, representing Neighbors for Better Neighborhoods. I am the Community Engagement and Impact Director. Our address is 313 Indira Mills Court, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, 27101. As you know, Neighbors for Better Neighborhood is a grassroots nonprofit organization that has been actively working with local residents for over 30 years now. Our mission is connecting people, strengthening voices, and leveraging resources. I am here to ask for your support of our grassroots economic empowerment project. It is a one-year initiative designed to create pathways to workforce development and business ownership with residents in Winston-Salem and Forsyth County, who are often excluded from traditional systems in our community. As we know, there have been major cuts with the SBA funding, which has affected and will affect entrepreneurs that now have faced bigger challenges. And this is why our nonprofit efforts like ours are more essential than ever for our residents. We step in this time to provide training, mentorship, and business support so residents can still access opportunities to grow and to thrive in this community. Local investments in programs like grassroots and economic empowerment ensure that our communities are not just left behind, but that they are supported. This project focuses on people and families of low wealth households through monthly workshops, one-on-one mentorships, listening sessions, and networking events. We will equip up to 20 residents to build viable businesses to create income, jobs, and value right within their own neighborhoods. These entrepreneurs are not just launching businesses, but rather they are stabilizing households and building economic strength in our community that have historically been overlooked. With the support, we hope, with SG Atkins, CDC, Foresight Tech, Makerspace, Greater Winston-Salem, and United Way, we are ready to deliver lasting impact. And so we ask that you would fund our proposal. If not in full, we ask that you would be able to sponsor and support it to the highest level of your budget. Because this, we know, will bring forth some measurable outcomes, not just in businesses launched, but in the lives that are stabilized and in the neighborhoods that are economically uplifted. Thank you again for your attention.
Good evening. I'm Allison Perkins, Executive Director at Renolda House, 2250 Renolda Road. Thank you, Chairman Martin and Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I appreciate your important consideration of the county's longstanding support of services, the arts, culture, and education in our county. This fall, Renolda House will present Camel City, Tobacco and Transformation, 1875 to 1964, a major exhibition coinciding with the 150th anniversary of the founding of R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company. The exhibit asks a simple question, and it's an essential one as well. How did tobacco build Winston-Salem, and what is the downstream impact of this company? This is not just a history lesson. It's a mirror held up to our community. The exhibition explores the industrial South, entrepreneurship, labor and race, marketing, and the very idea of the American dream, all through the lens of one company. And why now? Because no generation should live in a city without knowing how it was shaped. This exhibition will elaborate on stories such as the leaf that launched a nation, referencing tobacco and the earliest colony in 1607 in Jamestown. Long before cotton was king, tobacco blazed a trail for commercial agriculture that touches not only this community, but our entire state. In the 1910s, Winston-Salem was considered the fourth largest port of entry in the South, after New Orleans, St. Louis, and Tampa. What do they have that Winston-Salem doesn't? Rivers and coastlines. In the 1920s, 5 out of every 6 Black citizens of Winston-Salem who were employed outside of the home worked at Reynolds. The workers who organized protests and strikes in the 1940s, mostly Black women, became important local leaders of the civil rights era in the 1950s. We respectfully request funding from Forsyth County to support the museum's expenses in bringing this exhibition to life. County funds will support a community day on September 20th, offering free admission to the exhibition, and citizens across our county can check out free library passes anytime for free admission at Reynolda. Throughout the run of the exhibition, August 16th and through January 4th, we'll also engage the community through a story sharing project that will capture firsthand stories from the people whose families worked in the tobacco industry across our community. Furthermore, digital resources such as access to bilingual exhibition text will be available. And funds will also support the safe transport of artwork and artifacts, the creation of a dynamic interpretive materials to engage learners of all ages, K through 12, and adult learners. On behalf of Reynolda House, I ask for your support in making this possible. Thank you for your time and believing in the power of culture to build connection, understanding, and pride in Forsyth County.
Good evening, Chairman Martin, Commissioners, County Manager Robinson. My name is Elizabeth Dampier. I'm the CEO at Callidium, located at 120 West 3rd Street, Winston-Salem 27101. I'd like to thank you and your staff for long-term partnership and support. And I'd also want to express our concern about the proposed elimination of all community organization funding in the county budget. Callidium planned for a staff-recommended reduction from our historical $275,000 allocation, and our team is working to build Callidium's FY26 budget around that recommendation of $225,000, a figure that, again, we use to build a balanced, strategic budget in alignment with the information that we had received from staff. We all only recently learned that the recommended budget removes community grants entirely, including ours. While we understand that final allocations are subject to approval each year, this cut creates a sudden gap in our budget and leaves little time to responsibly identify alternative funding or adjust programs and staffing accordingly. The dollars Callidium receives from the county are not for general operating assistance. They are specifically allowing us to increase access and educational equity for Forsyth County residents. These dollars fund free field trip admission for all Winston-Salem Forsyth County students during the academic year. All Title I Winston-Salem Forsyth County students also receive a free curriculum-based program. And in addition, all other schools operating in Forsyth County, such as charter schools, receive a discount admission for their field trip. It also funds free admission for Winston-Salem Forsyth County teachers, community access passes at local libraries, often waitlisted due to high demand, and $3 admission through Museums for All, available to visitors with EBT, WIC, or linked to feed cards, now making up 16% of our total attendance. We are here to support our children, students, and families in our community. These programs serve more than 54,500 individuals annually and represent $460,000 in impact, including nearly $100,000 in support for Winston-Salem Forsyth County School students. Eliminating this funding puts those opportunities at risk. Though the county's allocation represents just 6.5% of our budget, it leverages an outsized return, providing critical educational access for the very children and families Forsyth County has long committed to supporting. We respectfully ask you to reconsider eliminating Callidium's funding, as well as all of the community organization support. Callidium wants to be a partner and do what is best for our community and will share in necessary reductions. However, a complete cut will have far greater consequences for our organization and community. I thank you for your time.
The next three speakers are Margaret Collins, Ed Shaw, and Emily Harkins.
Good evening. Hello, I'm Margaret Collins. I am the founding executive director of the Center for Creative Economy, and we are based at 500 West 5th Street here in Winston-Salem. Good evening, Chairman Martin, commissioners, and county manager. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your previous support of the Center for Creative Economy. We have worked very closely with the county's Community and Economic Development Department to provide services that support current and future entrepreneurs and small businesses here in Forsyth County. We ask for your support to continue this really important work. It will allow the organization to host our 10th annual Velocity Creative Accelerator and the 6th year of our Kinetic Boot Camp. We are grateful that our grant was approved during the county staff review and was recommended for funding at $25,000. However, we are aware that the current budget presented has no nonprofit community grants included. We request that you restore this grant to the budget. Our programs provide inception stage business training and expand the capacity for creatives to become viable entrepreneurs. We deliver robust curriculum and customized mentoring to fulfill our mission to launch, grow, and accelerate creative entrepreneurs. In these early stages, training is vital for the successful launch and growth of a company. CCE has been driving economic development here in our community, and 2025-26 is a pivotal year as we customize curriculum and help entrepreneurs learn and launch from the place where they are right now. CCE is also working as a leader in our ecosystem to position Forsyth County as the most conducive place to come to as a place for startups to learn and work and launch their businesses and help at every stage of the startup life cycle. To achieve this, we are collaborating with 8 other ecosystem leaders to develop workshops to attract capital to their organizations. So we're not only doing work of our own programs, but we're now collaborating to help entrepreneurs across the entire county. And our impact has been huge. Our most recent numbers show that 143 companies have now been launched. 30 million in revenue has been achieved by these companies, and 44 million in investment has been raised. They've created 283 jobs. 71% of these founders identify as women, and 63% are minority founders. And I have shared all these numbers in a sheet on a packet with you. We focused on customized entrepreneurial education, the launching of new businesses, and the retooling of existing businesses. Our focus areas are apparel, fashion, textiles and design, content creators, digital tools and media, creative health tech, beauty and wellness, arts and entertainment, the culinary and food industries. With Forsyth County funding, we will offer the vital support and services needed by the entire community. Thank you. With your support, we can continue to launch businesses in Forsyth County. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ed Shaw. I live at 3638 Sally Kirk Road in Winston-Salem. I am not a CEO of a nonprofit, nor am I asking you for any money. I am a mental health counselor, and I work at New Salem Counseling, the counseling ministry of Calvary Baptist Church here in town. And I see senior adults in my practice. In my job, I see people who have depression, anxiety, grief, loss, many caregivers of people living with dementia, cancer, and other chronic diseases that affect seniors. I provide the therapy, the counseling. Sometimes doctors will add medication, but successfully treating someone with a mental health challenge requires addressing the comorbid issues that occur. You've heard a lot tonight about loneliness and isolation. We are basically created to be in relationship with other people. Nutritional issues, affordable and handicapped accessible housing, transportation, and caregiver support and respite are all essential parts of the care that I provide senior adults who are suffering from mental health issues. I'm here tonight to advocate for the budgets of senior services in the Shepherd Center. Every week, I refer my clients to these two organizations. And without these organizations, I cannot provide comprehensive mental health care for the seniors in Forsyth County and Winston-Salem. Cutting the budgets for these programs or eliminating the budgets will directly affect the mental health and the wellness of seniors in our county and in our city. Just in the last month, I've referred clients of mine to Meals on Wheels, to the Williams Adult Day Center. That's the program at Senior Services that provides caregiving for people with dementia so that their loved ones, their spouses, their adult children can work. That program was named the best adult day center in the United States of America recently. Cutting that program would have huge impact. The services provided by the Shepherd Center, wheelchair ramps, grab bars, companions for people, rides to the grocery store and to pick up prescriptions, and for doctor's visits are essential for the clients that I serve. So I know you have a hard job. I know it's a stressful job, and I apologize as a mental health counselor for adding to your stress. But I think that these organizations are essential for the growing population of seniors, as you've heard from others, in Forsyth County and Winston-Salem. These are the basic needs that our seniors require. Thanks for the opportunity.
Good evening. My name is Pastor Emily Harkins, and I serve at the Dwelling here in Winston, located at 502 North Broad Street, 27101. The Dwelling is a church community that not only worships alongside our neighbors who are experiencing homelessness, but it responds directly to the urgent life or death needs in our city during the coldest and most dangerous months of the year. Last winter, we sheltered 645 unique individuals between December 1st and the beginning of March. Men, women, and children. People who would have otherwise been sleeping in cars or in tents or on sidewalks. People who otherwise would have frozen. Let me be clear, we are the only organization that provides emergency winter shelter in Forsyth County. When the year-round shelters are filled, we are the only option. No one else is doing this work. Without us, people will die. It is that simple. I am not here asking for charity. We are asking for your partnership in this life-saving effort. We know exactly what it costs to do this well. It's $160,000 from December to February. And we've already secured $74,000 of that in private donations. And we will continue to pursue more. But we cannot do this alone. We are asking for $30,000, a modest request considering the scale of our impact. What we've been recommended to receive was $15,400, and that's only a fraction. And now, as we've all learned, that community grants may not exist at all. If this is our last opportunity for county support, I urge you, fully fund our request. The question is not whether people will be unsheltered next winter, because they will be. The question is whether we will respond. And now, with the impending House Bill 781 that will criminalize sleeping outside at a statewide level, this emergency response is even more important than ever. The reality is we can either fund emergency winter shelter response or we can fund jails. And you can guess which one is more cost effective. In any case, everyone deserves safety and shelter. No one is disposable. The people that we serve are sacred. They are holy and they are worth far more than a 28 cents tax adjustment. They are worth everything because they are humans and we belong to one another. This is about saving lives in the coldest months, but it's also about building trust that helps people move into stability. We are not asking you for a handout. We are asking you to invest in solutions that have long-term impacts. Thank you.
The next three speakers are Iris Sunshine, Kathy Poling, and Jim Gallagher.
Iris Sunshine, 102 West 3rd Street. Good evening, Chairman Martin and Commissioners. I'm Iris Sunshine, and I'm the Executive Director of the Children's Law Center of Central North Carolina. At the Children's Law Center, we are champions for children and legal advocates. Since 2005, we have been providing Forsyth County's children with quality legal advocacy because they need us. Our young clients are too often the silent victims of domestic violence and their parents' conflicts. Our board of directors and staff are grateful for the investment you have made in our work and in the safety and well-being of Forsyth County's children. Children's Law Center's custody advocacy program is conducting thorough investigations, providing district court judges with balanced, unbiased reports and testimony, advocating for children in courtrooms, elevating their voices, and collaborating with community partners such as Bridges to Hope Family Justice Center of Forsyth County. The cases to which Children's Law Center attorneys are appointed involve children and families with complex, intersecting needs, including domestic violence, child abuse and neglect, parental substance abuse and mental health challenges, and parental incarceration histories. Preliminary findings from researchers at the UNC Chapel Hill Gilling School of Global Public Health, partnering with Children's Law Center on a study of our processes and impact, suggest that the tailored approach taken by CLC in each case is especially valuable for addressing the unique circumstances of each family. In fiscal year 24, 334 domestic violence cases involving custody were filed here in Forsyth County. Those cases involved at least 334 children and likely 400 children or more. That is over 334 children who need the expertise and advocacy of Children's Law Centers for trained full-time attorneys in Forsyth County. Our attorneys are here advocating for your children, for the community's children, and are ready for the 334 other children who need us. We are here providing the district court judges with critical information regarding the complexity of the child's life and offering recommendations for the child's safety and treatment with the goal of reducing the impact of adverse childhood experiences. Through our individualized approach, we provide children with the opportunity for a brighter future and also help to create a healthier, stronger community. On behalf of Children's Law Center's Board of Directors and staff, I respectfully request funding of our community grant. Together, we can continue to be champions for children. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Kathy Paling, 2137 Warwick Road, Winston-Salem. I am a pediatrician, and I am a board member of the Children's Law Center. And I am here to talk about the hundreds of children in our county that are dealing with domestic violence in very difficult situations. Yes, these have significant impacts, but with your partnerships, we can mitigate it. The UNC Gilling Schools showed that these children have just under 4 adverse childhood experiences, and that has lifelong trajectory. But we have the opportunity to partner and mitigate that. A positive experience is a really important life-changing event for children. And the Guardian Ad Litem program is listening and supporting to each of those children, making sure their voice is heard and they can have the best outcome possible. Not only does this provide safety to these children, but it positively impacts their health, their education, and their economic prospects for the future. And so my request is invest in our children for all of our future. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Jim Gallagher with the Children's Law Center at 102 West 3rd Street. I recall several years ago when I was chairman of the board of the Children's Law Center, we listened to a recording of a 911 call. We heard a child calling as her parents fought and screamed in the background. Sobbing and frantic, this little girl cried for help, for safety, and for her parents to stop fighting. Helping children find safety and showing them that they matter is why I joined the Children's Law Center as a staff attorney. Giving voice to children and reuniting families is why judges appoint Children's Law Center to investigate and report back to them our findings and recommendations. Last year, after working with the Broken Family, Children's Law Center recommended a path forward by telling the court what the child told me. And he said, though my parents are apart, they should be together in a stable co-parenting relationship for me and for my love of them. Inspired by being a voice for the children in courtroom, Children's Law Center helped the court assure the father got the services he needed, the mother the safety she needed, and their son a way to reunite with his father. Often we see tears in the courtroom, but this time I saw tears of happiness from a child and his father as they hugged each other, seeing them each other for the first time in several months. But what if we had not been there to help? Children who face multiple traumas or adverse childhood experiences, who don't get help early in life, are more likely to have bad outcomes in their life. Without help, traumatized children in your neighborhoods are more likely to smoke, drink, do drugs, do poorly in school, and get into trouble with the law, which means they're more likely to end up in jail, which is cost a whole lot more money than to spend a few dollars to help them find positive influences in their lives to mitigate the harm they experience as children. Dr. Heather C. Forkey, in her manual for pediatricians entitled Childhood Trauma and Resilience, tell us, and I quote her, resilience promotion is prevention, and it is the foundation of care, even after risks have been identified, exposure to trauma has occurred, or symptoms have developed. If we can reduce the impact of adversity on children, the cost savings in healthcare alone will be substantial and will be augmented by improved outcomes for children, families, and society. The path to improved health outcomes in the life course begins with investment in childhood, adolescents, and families. I know folks want their tax dollars to be spent wisely on things that matter. I also believe that 393,000 people in Forsyth County, including fathers, mothers, and children, would say children matter. On behalf of all these families, I urge you to provide funds supporting Children's Law Center, where children matter every single day. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers are Phyllis DiAgostino, Heather Martin, and Stan Parker.
Good evening. My name is Phyllis DiAugustino, and I live at 2414 Elizabeth Avenue, Winston-Salem, 27103. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I'm humbled by this experience. I'm here representing Postpartum Resource Center of the Triad. It is a totally volunteer organization, and it's our first ask, and it might be the least ask, but everything everybody said can be impacted by what we're asking for. So Child Care Resource Center of the Triad was begun by a group of mothers who are professional therapists and counselors, and they know the reality of parenting. So with their passion and their knowledge and their commitment, they had a vision. And Postpartum Resource Center of the Triad was started during COVID because the needs of parents were even more real then. So our purpose, if you go to our website, says we are focused on improving the mental health well-being of moms, dads, and partners during pregnancy and postpartum. This perinatal period that I'm talking about is 1 year before birth and 2 years postpartum, so it's a 3-year period. And this is a very important time. We do many things to help families, and I'll tell you in a moment what our request is for. We have a website that has a directory of resources of perinatal providers that include therapists, lactation consultants, OBs, doulas, physical therapists, and more. We also list several local programs available to parents, and we do provide a self-screening tool to deal with depression and other mental health issues. And we provide resources and recommendations to help families during these times. The reason that we're asking for $2,500 is that we would like to do 5 free support groups for parents that will be 6 weeks in length, and we will serve up to 60 women. Let me tell you a little bit about the statistics, and then I'll finish up. 1 in 5 women may experience depression, anxiety, or other mental health issues. 1 in 10 men may also experience this. And the number is likely to be higher and increase for high-stress parenting groups or during high-stress situations, which I believe we're in. I do not envy you your jobs. I think you've had many eloquent speakers address your position. And this was a statistic that surprised me. Perinatal mental health conditions are the number 1 complication of childbearing years. And so those statistics are from the Postpartum Support International website, and they have a phrase that they use that I think is pretty powerful that talks about what these groups would do. They say to the people who use the website, you are not alone, you are not to blame, and with help, you will get better. And so we're asking for $2,500 to serve 60 women, and if it came out of pocket, you would pay $20 to $80 per group session, which is between $7,000 and $28,000 that it would cost families to do this. And so in your packet, you have a list of some phrases from women who've participated in the groups. The money is asked to pay therapists to run the groups. It also includes marketing, educational materials that come out of our budget. We have no staff. It's a totally volunteer group. And so I appreciate the time and the opportunity to speak with you. I'm a grandmother. I've been a therapist in my life. I've been a doula. I teach childbirth classes. I've done the whole 9 yards, even taught parenting some places here. And so this is a prevention program, and I hope you can consider that in your deliberations. Thank you for the opportunity, and have a good evening.
Good evening. My name is Heather Martin, and I am the Senior Director of Strategic Partnerships with Second Harvest Food Bank, located at 3330 Shore Fair Drive here in Winston. And I'm here tonight representing our Providence Culinary Training Program. So at the food bank, we have 2 ways of ending hunger. We feed the line, and we work to shorten it. And our 12-week culinary training program, called Providence, is one of a kind in its nation. We're one of the shortest programs in length, offering a big impact that rivals those of 2- and 4-year culinary institutions. We have nationally recognized chefs on our team, and at the end of the program, our graduates receive not only a certification from Forsyth Tech, but also their Serve Safe certification, as well as a one-of-a-kind American Culinary Federation certification, which makes them highly employable in the workforce. Over 80% of our students graduate and go on to get a job with a living wage. Now, that's officially what we do, but I'm going to let you in on a secret. It's really a front. What we really do is we offer hope and we offer purpose. Most of our students are homeless, veterans, struggling with addiction, formerly incarcerated, or maybe just looking to start a new job when their industry left this area years ago. We deal in giving people second, third, and fourth chances and more when they need it. And that's where my own personal connection with the food bank comes into place. My father, my stepmother, and my sister all died of drug overdose. And I often wonder if they had been exposed to a place like Providence that does more than teach culinary skills, but gives people purpose and a path forward, if they wouldn't still be here today. And so my ask for you is for you to help us continue to fund our stipend program. What we've learned over the last several years is while our program is amazing and has graduated over 1,000 culinarians, in fact, you'd be hard-pressed to go to a Winston-Salem restaurant and not find one of our graduates there, it still wasn't reaching those who need it the most. Those who can't afford to take 12 weeks of their life, put it on pause, and come to culinary school. But with a stipend of $150 per week, they can keep their lights turned on. They can afford transportation. They can find childcare for their children, and they can come and complete our program. And so while you're looking at the budget and the black numbers on the white paper, and it can feel so very cold and sterile, I beg you, please don't cut hope out of the budget. Thank you.
Chairman Martin and Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Stan Parker. I'm the president of Winston Starts, located at 500 West 5th Street here in town. I'm here to ask for your approval of our community grant application that will help create economic opportunities for many. Winston Starts is a nonprofit that was established in 2018 with a mission to drive the future economic impact of Winston-Salem, Forsyth County, and North Carolina through job creation. We help entrepreneurs start and scale their businesses by providing a full range of resources. We have 35,000 square feet of state-of-the-art workspace at 500 West 5th. We have over 100 mentors who volunteer their time to help these founders. We provide personalized coaching, educational resources, workshops, speakers, discounted professional services. Most of our founders have come from Piedmont Triad, but we have attracted companies from across North Carolina, the Southeast, New England, and even India. Qualified applicants are admitted on a rolling monthly basis, and they can remain in our program for up to 42 months. That's highly unusual. It gives them the time they need to learn and adjust and optimize their business models. We're industry agnostic, and we support a wide range of diverse, scalable business models. In the last 7 years, we've supported 98 companies and currently have 35 companies in residence. Many of you probably know Winston-Salem was a hotbed for entrepreneurship at one time. We lost that. We're trying to get that back. Our goal is to help create the next Reynolds, the next Haynes, the next Wachovia, Piedmont Airlines. We're going to have to grow our own. They're not going to move here. Our companies have raised $138 million in capital since inception. That's with 2 COVID years. For 12 months ending December 31st, 2024, our founders and their startup companies have generated $31 million in revenue and created 316 jobs. Over 60% of those jobs are in Forsyth County. Nearly 50% of our founders are women and minorities. Our grant application packet that I hope you have up there includes letters of support from the City of Winston-Salem, Greater Winston-Salem, Inc., and the Whisper Fund, which is a local early-stage investment fund that has invested nearly $4 million in 11 startups, including 9 that are coming out of Winston Starts. Historically, our funding has largely come from 2 private individuals and 1 grant from Truist. And the grant from Truist and a city grant ended last year. So we must diversify our funding to remain viable, a sustainable organization, and create the next Reynolds. We've never requested or received county grant support in the past. I know this is a tough year,
but I hope we can count on you to partner with us in our efforts to continue driving economic growth for Forsyth County and expanding the tax base so all these deserving organizations can have the support that they need. Thank you.
The next speakers are Joy Nelson Thomas, Tanya Oliphant, and Ailey Dell.
I'm Joy Nelson Thomas. I'm the Executive Director of League Girls of NC. We're at 1100 West First Street here in Winston-Salem, Forsyth County, 27101. Good evening, Chairman Martin, County Commissioners, and County Manager Robinson. Thank you for giving me a moment to speak about the work that we do. You know, I want to start with just thinking about why we do the work at League. CDC just released data that 3 of 5, 57% of U.S. teen girls felt persistent sad and hopelessness. Double that, or representative nearly 60% increase of the highest level reported over the past decade. Nearly 1 in 3 girls seriously have considered attempting suicide. That's up nearly 60% a decade ago. Black girls are 7 times more likely to be suspended from school and 4 times more likely to be arrested on a school campus. Nearly 9 years ago, our organization was founded with a clear mission to develop unstoppable leadership in girls and equipping them with the tools and mentorship and community support they need to really thrive. That is a mission that is important now more than ever for our girls, and we're proud to say it's working. Through our LEAD program, we've seen real lasting changes. Girls reported feeling happier and more confident. They're making healthier choices with significant decrease in tobacco use and vaping. They're stepping into their power, becoming the women and girls that are motivated in school, showing up with empathy and with respect towards others. There's a decrease in bullying behaviors as well. They're not just data that's collected. They represent the lives being changed here in Forsyth County, families being strengthened here in Forsyth County, and a future generation of confident women leaders shaped right here in our county. To be continued, we need your support. This is the first time that we have gotten to a place where we are recommended. We hope that you don't cut the budget. We need you to now invest in this work of League Girls. It allows us to serve girls right here in Title I schools. Actually, you all should have a packet right in front of you. Last year, we served 355 girls. That's 14 programs, 9 Title I schools, 3 cottages at Crossnore, as well as a community program right here in Forsyth County, downtown in our office space. As we near our 10th anniversary, we're proud of the foundation that we've built. We've even seen, more excited about what's to come. With the partnership, we can continue to turn potential into leadership and possibilities into reality for girls here in Forsyth County. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I hope you choose not to cut the budget for programs like LEAD.
Good evening. My name is Tanya Oliphant. I am here on behalf of Experiment in Self-Reliance, also known as ESR. And thank you for allowing us to just say a little bit about ESR. The address is 3480 Dominion Street, Winston-Salem 27105. Thank you all again for just allowing us some time. ESR has been able to serve Winston-Salem and the Forsyth County community for over 60 years. And with a model that we meet the needs of the community. So right now we have 2 major programs that our county helps us to provide, which is our individual development account, and also known as IDA for our first-time home ownership program, as well as our Forsyth Free Tax program. And so each of those, they serve a different purpose, but collectively they provide individuals and families in Forsyth County the opportunity to get a hand up out of poverty. Our IDA program aids first-time home ownership. We thank Kyle. We have worked with Kyle in the past, Kirby Smart currently. But that process, they attain assets And that 23 years that we've had that program, we've helped over 670 individuals to go from renters to homeowners. And we have an average home value of $230,000 once they purchase that home. And so that returns an investment back into Forsyth County of over $80 million for that Forsyth County tax base. So we are very proud of that program and would love to see it continue with the support of the county. Our free tax program, of course, provides cost-free tax services for low to moderate income families in our community. Last year, we were able to file over 3,000 tax returns for free, and they collectively received over $3.6 million in tax refunds, and that comes directly back into our county, into our community. And that also saved those people over $750,000 in tax preparation fees. So again, the support from the county helps us to be able to do that with those programs. And so that's just a small portion of what we do at ESR, but it's greatly supported by the funds from the county. And so without your help in that effort, we wouldn't be able to continue those programs. So again, I thank you for the opportunity to present on behalf of ESR, and thank you for this evening.
I'm speaking on behalf of Exploration Day. My name is Ailey Dell. I'm representing Winston-Salem State University. The motto of Winston-Salem State University is enter to learn, depart to serve. The goal for Exploration Day is to do both of those, to have students enter college to learn a lucrative trade and depart to serve the community in a healthcare team. Good evening. Thank you. For considering Healthcare Exploration Day. It is 3 one-day events, though it is scalable. Each of those has up to 80 high school students. It is fun, it is engaging, it is interactive, it is a great experience. People come away absolutely enthused. Exploration Day demonstrates that earning a degree is an option for students who have not previously considered college as part of their future, or they don't know how to make it happen. They may be the first generation to go to college. They're very likely worried about the expense or not think it's worth the investment. They may just not know how to make it happen. They may not think that they are college material or be able to picture themselves on campus. And this program addresses all of that. It is a win-win-win. Our first win is teaching underserved teens that college can be enjoyable, it can be achievable, it can lead to in-demand jobs that are very lucrative for them. During the college preparation seminar, we share tools that are not specific to any particular college for finding financial aid, preparing applications, and other tools that help make that transition successful. Wherever they graduate from, more Forsyth County citizens in higher paying jobs is a win for our community. Our second win is that students leave the campus really excited about education. We use cool tech to measure physical acumen, which is equally important for elite athletes as it is for mobility patients. They leverage 3D printers to print individualized mobility aids, custom orthotics like I'm wearing today. They utilize VR headsets and responsive AI-driven interactive mannequins to replicate what a clinical situation is. Enthusiastic students spreading the word about innovative education at WSSU is a win. And our third win is financial. The current cost to recruit a single new nurse is $30,000 to $50,000. All of the healthcare jobs I'm going to mention are currently understaffed, and the projections are only going to get worse as our population ages. If even one of the 200 plus students that we touch becomes a local nurse, nurse practitioner, therapist, clinician, social worker, occupational therapist, all understaffed fields, this program will have paid dividends for this community. We are asking for a support at $32,000 and compare that to the $30,000 to $50,000 for a single nurse. We have a very successful track record of producing engaging programming, reaching students largely outside the scope of traditional recruiting. Young, under-resourced people don't have much voice in the community, but they are part of Forsyth County too. Thank you for seeing the benefits of helping them reach their potential. Any questions? Thank you.
The next three speakers are Jackie Alexander, Chris.
Can I stop you? I just got a note that said, kind of need to take a break. Let's see if we can take about, it's literally 10 minutes and see if we can convene back in 10 minutes. I'll set my timer for 10 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. Let's go ahead and see if we can find our seats. Our 10 minutes has expired, and we'll see if we can find our other two commissioners and get back. Trying to. Why don't you see if you can find. Get there. And you can, Greg, maybe you could, Madam Clerk, you could call our next three and we'll be ready.
The next three speakers are Jackie Alexander, Chris Norris, and Catherine Briggs.
Good evening. Jackie Alexander, the producing artistic director of the North Carolina Black Repertory Company, NC Black Rep, which is located at 419 North Spruce Street, Winston-Salem 27101. NC Black Rep produces the International Black Theater Festival, which was founded in 1989 by Larry Leon Hamlin. I'd like to start the evening by thanking the board for your continued support over the past couple of years and the additional ARPA funding provided in 2023 and 2024, which helped us strengthen our infrastructure. Next, I'd like to share a snapshot of the results of that support. Data calculated by Visit Winston-Salem shows that the 2024 International Black Theater Festival generated a total economic impact of $14.3 million, supporting 1,954 jobs, generating $583,000 in local tax revenue, with attendees spending nearly $9 million at local businesses during the festival. All of those numbers are significant increases from the 2022 festival, a year coming out of COVID, which saw the festival responsible for 5,700 hotel room nights. I believe these numbers show the arts to be much more than an evening out on the town. Equally as important, the International Black Theater Festival attracts a global spotlight that is an invaluable marketing tool not only to the city of Winston-Salem and Forsyth County, but the entire state of North Carolina. I want to say that the arts, the festival is so much beyond the numbers. It means so much to the community. I urge you to continue your support of the festival, and I assure you, we have only scratched the surface of what the International Black Theater Festival, the impact it can have on the city, the county, and the state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Reverend Christopher Norris, representing the Shalom Project. We're located at 639 South Green Street, Winston-Salem 27101. Thank you for your time. This evening I'm here to also request community grant funding. I know that none of you want to be in this position, and you've heard a lot of requests tonight, and I'm sure you'd all like to fund as many of these great community projects as possible. We're all living in these uncertain financial times and trying to do our best to make budgets reconcile and ends meet. The Shalom Project is a small nonprofit serving the most marginalized and vulnerable in Forsyth County, with a food pantry, a clothing closet, affordable housing project, financial education and mental health program, and a free walk-in medical clinic and pharmacy. Thanks in part to your generous funding over the last 2 years, we serve thousands of people every year, those without housing, immigrant families, those without insurance, teenage mothers, among other vulnerable groups, all for no charge. We provide direct service as well as programs designed to make a deeper and more systemic impact on those struggling with poverty. Our Flourish program last year provided over 200 hours of free licensed bilingual therapy for low-income women who said that mental health issues were their key barrier to achieving financial security. And our medical clinic saved our hospitals over $3 million in emergency room visits by uninsured individuals. If unpaid, this debt would fall to the community at large. Mentally and physically healthy individuals and families mean that our community thrives. But like the many other speakers tonight, I also represent all these small nonprofits needing funding, like my colleagues at Lead Girls and ESR and Neighbors for Better Neighborhoods, trying to do as much good as we can in the community during these lean times. Small nonprofits like Shalom rely on funding sources like you to sustain and expand our work to make a difference in the lives of Forsyth residents. I was just at the Winston-Salem Foundation meeting last week discussing the well-known statistic that Forsyth ranks in the bottom 5% nationally in economic mobility. And at that meeting, Professor Chetty explained that the best ways to combat financial immobility are through community-based programs like ours. Every day, we do our best to help our community thrive, but I don't think we can do it without support like your county community grants. I don't presume to know how you can make adjustments to the budget in order to fund all of these important programs, but I request and I hope and trust that you'll also do your best to try and find a way. Thank you.
Hello, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Catherine Briggs, and I'm here representing the Community Care Center for Forsyth County. We're at 2135 New Walkertown Road, Winston-Salem, North Carolina 27101. The Community Care Center, founded in 2000 to serve Forsyth County's uninsured. Our mission is to provide compassionate, high-quality medical care to the uninsured. And through 25 years of volunteer-driven care, we have become one of North Carolina's largest and most comprehensive free healthcare clinics, offering more than 20 medical specialties and delivering $12.7 million in services to our patients last year. And I just want to thank you for your support. You helped us provide more mental health services, critical mental health services to our uninsured patients over the past couple of years. And now we have more to do. In Forsyth County, there are only 2 low or no-cost dental clinics, yet many thousands of individuals still lack basic oral care. Our clinic today has 107 people waiting for preventive cleanings, and more than that, waiting for follow-up care. And those numbers are growing every day. Last year, our 3-chair clinic provided 811 dental and hygiene visits at a value of $286,000, a testament to the demand. Untreated dental problems lead to pain and lost productivity. In a Wake Forest epidemiology study, they noted that dental pain is one of the primary reasons that children miss school, and adults in pain can't care for their families. By preventing the pain and infection, the community care center is keeping people at work and at school and out of the ER. The dental clinic has space and volunteer support, but we need staff. We urgently need a full-time dental clinic coordinator to schedule appointments, train our volunteers, and manage our growth. This role will increase our capacity, reduce no-shows, and keep our services consistent as the demand rises. We also need to expand the hours of our current dental hygienists in order to meet the demand for dental care in our uninsured population. This investment supports Forsyth County's goal of reducing health disparities. Our program serves vulnerable, uninsured residents, precisely the population the county prioritizes. County funds would add clinic hours and leverage volunteer care, maximizing impact and ensuring its sustainability. The Community Care Center is powered by partnerships. Our clinic is staffed by volunteer doctors and dentists. We work closely with Forsyth County Public Health and with local universities and philanthropic partners. With county support, we will connect the community care services to Forsyth's broader oral health initiatives, extending care to every neighborhood. We ask that you would respectfully ask that you would reconsider this grant so that our uninsured neighbors can finally get the preventive care they need. Thank you for your time and your commitment to our community's health.
The next 3 speakers are Mona Lovett, Amy Lawing, and Maria Wood.
Good evening, Mona Lovett, Crosby Scholars Community Partnership, President, CEO, 2701 University Parkway, Winston-Salem, 27105. So good evening, Chairman Martin and Commissioners. First of all, I want to thank you for your support, and I actually sitting here in the audience have been very proud of the compassion and care of our community, so I think we can all be proud of that. Just wanted to share a little bit about Crosby Scholars. Many of you know about us, but we thank you for your past support, and we just want to share a little bit about how your dollars have impacted our students and our community. First of all, we have a 100% high school graduation rate for our seniors. We want to make sure that all of our students go through the program and that they are ready to go on to college and career. We serve over 10,000 students in grades 6 through 12 as well as college. And this year, we're graduating 906 students who are attending 113 different colleges, 8 areas of military service, and 13 are entering apprenticeships and the workforce. We have graduates from every public school in Forsyth County. We're excited to say this year that we have 4 of the 5 Moorhead Kane Scholarship recipients, 2 Park Scholars for NC State, 1 Cheatham Whitehead Scholar from North Carolina A&T State University, a Gates Millennial Scholar, and 3 National Merit Scholarship winners. Your dollars helped us in the past because as we surveyed our juniors, 96% of them said, "We are so thankful to have the one-on-one advising starting in the junior year." And that was a signature program for many years for seniors. But being able to use those dollars, we were able to provide that support in the junior year, and our students are very thankful and appreciative of that. We have been officially recognized by CFNC as a financial aid champion. And last year, 98% of our seniors completed the FAFSA, free application for federal student aid. And of course, that document is needed and is one of the top indicators of college enrollment for high-need students. We participate in the National Student Clearinghouse, and their data shows that our Crosby Scholars, when compared to peer demographic groups, persist at a rate and graduate at a rate that's at least 20% higher than their demographic peer group. Our students are amazing, and Ari is one of our amazing students. She's graduating #1 in her class at North Forsyth High School. She's lettered in 2 sports. She received a Moorhead Kane Scholarship, and she is a participant in our LIGHT program, Leadership, Integrity, Goals, Healing, Honesty, and Triumph, and it's a program for our youth in foster care. Our young people are amazing, they're exciting, we know that you know their value, and we want them to come back here. And so just alone in our office at Crosby Scholars, we have 13 alums who've come back to work and serve in their community. Thank you for your support, and we hope that we can count on you for your continued support. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm probably going to be the least effective and eloquent of all the speakers tonight. It's been quite a pleasure and humbling experience to hear how many you guys have in need of your budget allotments. I'm not here tonight to ask for additional money for animal services. However, I do think that that issue needs to be addressed again in terms of oversight, accountability to the budget, and some actions that can be taken that I believe are more than actionable and should have already been reenacted. And one of those is the annual registration. Animals are property. We pay registration for cars and everything else in our community. There's no reason the responsible dog owner would have an issue with an annual registration and payment of a fee. And that can help cover some of the extra needs and budget that is facing that community. On March the 29th of this year, I was attacked by a vicious guard dog while I was getting my car inspected in an auto dealership on Martin Luther King. It was a very frightening experience. I've worked with all breeds of dogs, done fostering, rescue, and in fact, I adopted from the shelter into 2020. I've never been bitten. I've never been attacked. I was very lucky to just have been bit once. I don't think that if it was another person, I'm no dog whisperer, but I think if it had been a child or somebody that reacted by yelling or running or screaming, it could have been much worse. I would not be here today, though, if the dog had been vaccinated. The dog was not vaccinated, was used by the owner of that lot, of that auto dealership, as a guard dog. Lucky for me, he was the only one that had broken loose from the tether. Animal Services that responded did not issue a single citation to the owner, not for harboring or not sheltering or securing a vicious guard dog, not for an unvaccinated dog. I had to begin rabies series treatment and just completed that, and it was not a fun process. Those without insurance would pay out of pocket over $12,000. It should be a mandate that we uphold the laws that are in place, the few that we have that can be upheld in regards to animal rights and services, and that would certainly be citing an owner for harboring an unvaccinated dog being used as a guard dog. I hope that, it doesn't happen to anybody else. I'm not unique. I've talked to others in the community that have had the same experience, and also no citations were issued. Thank you for your time tonight, and thank you for all that you guys are doing, and thank you for your Facebook post, because that's what got me here tonight.
Good evening, Chair and members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I want to take the opportunity to speak to you about an issue that affects not just the animals, and this kind of goes along with what she was saying as well. It does not just affect the animals, but the health, safety, and compassion of our entire community. Again, my name's Maria Wood. I live at 1080 Canyon Drive in Rural Hall, North Carolina, 27045. I am a board member of Forever Friends of North Carolina, a nonprofit animal welfare and advocacy group based out of Winston-Salem. I have proudly served on the board for the last 5 years. I am also an independent community animal resource navigator here in Forsyth County. As you're aware, our county has made efforts over the years to improve the conditions for animals. But through my own experiences over the last 6 years, we are regressing. Each year, thousands of animals pass through the shelter. Some are never reclaimed. Others are euthanized simply due to lack of space. It's an ugly truth, but it's reality. North Carolina is the third in the country in euthanasia rates. That is also a harsh reality, stemming from an overpopulation of dogs and cats. We have made progress largely thanks to the tireless work of our local rescues, shelters, and welfare groups. But these animals are not just statistics, they are lives. They reflect how we as a county uphold or fail to uphold humane values. That being said, an increase in funding for animal welfare is much needed. This will be beneficial for staffing, training, enforcement, and community support, along with increased assistance with spay and neutering programs. Communities with strong animal care systems see lower public health risk, reduced shelter cost, and greater community trust. Right now, the relationship between the animal welfare community and animal services is broken. Residents are stepping up, picking up strays, providing temporary care, and when they call animal services, they're being told to take the dog or cat back where you found it and release it. That's unacceptable to me. Animal services is animal control, and the control they currently have is virtually non-existent. Why has this been allowed to get this bad? The community is doing the hard part, catching, containing, and caring for these animals. We need the county to step up and do the rest. In 2024, I became what some call the animal coroner of Forsyth County. I personally recovered, scanned, and filed reports on 62 deceased cats and dogs. 5 out of those 62 actually had microchips. 3 had collars with no identification. The rest, the 57 beloved companions, died unclaimed on roadsides and highways, not including those that were never reported to me. In each case, I gave them a name, some dignity, and the respect they deserved. I question how many of those dogs and cats were instructed to be turned loose where they were found. If ordinances continue to be treated as words on paper rather than actively enforced, this cycle will continue. Running at large is not a minor offense. It's a public risk. Whether the dog is aggressive or friendly, it can still harm, attack, cause traffic accidents, or spread of disease. I will continue to monitor animal services response to our community and the animals. I will continue to advocate for change, and if necessary, I will continue to return with another 3 minutes speech until greater change is made. Thank you for your time.
The next 3 speakers are Dr. S.D. Patterson, Courtney Jones, and Stuart Egan.
Good evening. I'm Reverend Dr. S.D. Patterson. I'm the senior pastor at the Friendship Missionary Baptist Church, and I'm also the executive director at Neighborhood's Hands, located at 1713 North Liberty Street. Today, I want to say thank you once again because the county commissioners have funded our programs in the past years. With that said, Michael Jordan said something one time ago. He said, numbers don't lie. So I'm here to present you the numbers that we have prevailed here at Neighborhood's Hands. It's in your package, but if you can see that from July 2022 through November 2024, we have serviced 2,229 youths from the ages of 16 to 24 for workforce development, job skills, training, resume building, so forth. Just last year, we have serviced 74 people, and 24 of them have obtained gainful employment. And because we have serviced their parents, the kids have been involved in our mentoring program, 20. The kids have been involved in our Girls Rise Up program, about 28 students. We have serviced the people of Forsyth County. The money you have given us has worked. We appreciate that. Also, in your package, you will see that we serve and deliver over 15,000 pounds of food every month. Not once a month, but every month. We service over 850 families, not individuals, but families. But see, we cannot do this without you. Numbers don't lie. So we thank you for this opportunity. But as we continue, please reconsider not only my nonprofit, but all of the nonprofits. We all serve numbers. We all play a part in this county we call Forsyth County. Each nonprofit is needed because without the nonprofits, the people would suffer. But today, I encourage you, I implore you to consider making arrangements for each and every nonprofit to receive something. Maybe not all their grants, but something. Because something can go a long way. But it's up to you, my fellow county commissioners. I pray and I believe you will make the right decision for not just neighborhood's hands, but all of us who have stood before you and petitioned for some money. God bless you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Courtney Jones. I am here with Big Brothers Big Sisters, 200 South Marshall Street, 27101. First, I'd like to say thank you to the commissioners for all that you do for our county. I also want to say thank you for the opportunity to have a few moments to speak with you on behalf of our agency. I am honored to serve as the 4th president and CEO of Big Brothers Big Sisters. I'm here with our board chair, Lee Bagley, and we are here to just ask for your consideration for our proposal. We have been in this county, in this community since 1977, so 48 years that we've been bringing together caring adults as big brothers, big sisters, with youth in our community as little brothers, little sisters in a mentoring relationship. That mentoring relationship embodies our mission, which is to create and support one-to-one relationships that ignite and support, that ignite the power and potential of our youth. Those mentoring relationships provide not just the bigs but also the littles, both the big and the little, with experiential learning opportunities to grow the social and emotional parts of themselves. What we are asking is for you to fund our proposal that will allow us to bring our mentoring program into our school system. So we currently have a partnership with Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools. In 2024, we had 310 youth served through matches. That was inclusive of both community-based matching and school-based matching. We had an additional 152 students who were a part of our program waiting to be matched with the mentor, but we engaged them to keep them engaged and a part of our program as best as we can. By expanding the program into the district, into the schools, we are able to bring mentoring into the schools. And what happens there is that we see our youth, our mentors, bring in a dynamic into the school that may not otherwise be there, because those youth get an opportunity to hear from a different voice. They get an opportunity to have a sense of future. And then because they are excited about being a part of our program, then their friends also want to be a part of the program. And they start to change the dynamics and the environment of the school. And so your help will help us in a time that there's a lot going on in our district. We come in as a consistent presence. We come in as a source of stability, and we are coming alongside our school partners to help them and help their schools move in a direction that helps the social and emotional growth of their youth there. So thank you for the time. I ask that you would consider our proposal and give us an opportunity to continue to do this work that will translate into much success for Forsyth County. Thank you.
Stuart Egan, 824 Chester Road, Winston-Salem, 27104. I'm also a public high school teacher at West Forsyth High School. I've been 27 years in the profession. I'm also a parent of a special needs child who is thriving at Mount Tabor High School with his EC assistants. I'm also the parent of a child who just graduated from NC State University and graduated from one of our public schools who is doing great things. I'm also a proud member of FCA. We all know about the public school budget shortfall that will force an additional $13 million in cuts over the next 14 months in Winston-Salem Forsyth County schools. And there is not a teacher, bus driver, assistant, or any other public school employee in this room or any schools who's responsible for that. What we are responsible for is doing the direct work of educating, coaching, feeding, transporting, protecting, and nurturing our students. When we say that we are already stretched thin in our schools in a state that has yet to honor the Leandro decision, we are not just stating the obvious, we are repeating ourselves to people who should already know. Just yesterday, the Winston-Salem Journal published an article in its business section concerning the gap in pay between executives and its employees. $45 million in total compensation for the top 3 executives in Forsyth County last year. Dang. The sum of that total compensation of the top 3 executives in this county would more than make up for the huge budget deficit in Winston-Salem Forsyth County schools 3 times over and leave plenty of change for every other nonprofit who's come to ask you for help today. Let's also remember we're living in a state that is literally trying to wipe out corporate taxes. And just think of the amount of money that we have lost in this county to unregulated vouchers that can now be used by any family with any income level. It's rather hypocritical that the person who called for an investigation for Winston-Salem Forsyth County school system and posted about it on social media is someone who voted for the voucher system that is the most non-transparent in the nation. The one that has funneled $45 million over the last decade in Forsyth County alone to mostly religious schools. Almost $20 million of that just this school year. That could more than pay for next year's deficit. I wonder if that same representative is willing to call for a public investigation of the voucher system. Some of you have been in your elected seats for decades. Some of you have served on the school board or in the school system in years past. A couple of you last century. If you can honestly say that the amount of money it takes to educate our young people has remained static over the years, then I hope this term is your last. Most of us in this room are aware that the county commissioner wants to institute a formula system in its local funding of our schools. The state wants to fund an average daily membership. It's hard to put a dollar amount on a student when each one has a unique combination of learning styles, needs, academic backgrounds, and support systems outside of our schools. Since you were the superintendent, and I'm going to keep on going.
So, Stuart,
the percentage
you
of
passed your
students
time.
served through our EC departments has increased by 13%. The number of students enrolled in multilingual learner services has increased by 50%, and the percentage of students in our schools who are economically disadvantaged has risen from 56.5 to 78.5. You need to help us out.
The next 3 speakers are Riley Barnes, Michelle Jordan, and Jenny Easter.
Good evening. My name is Riley Barnes. I'm at 1508 Jarvis Street, and I am a 3rd grade teacher at Kimmel Farm Elementary School. Part of Winston-Salem Forsyth County's roster, an ever-growing proportion, is beginner teachers, more than 30% of which arrive in the field without a background in education. They make up nearly half of our certified staff. The beginner teacher, in all their eagerness and urgency, is a particular sector of our schools that I can speak on. In a state with a 15% attrition rate among teachers in their first few years in the profession, our schools cannot afford to contribute to this growing issue. There are currently 11 certified vacancies at my school, and speculation of more staff leaving due to the failure of the county commissioners and the Board of Education to be transparent and just with their community and spending. Sure, Winston-Salem will inevitably attract recent graduates to these vacancies, but the real question is, will they stay? Will they stay when the more than 8,000 enrolled students in our county are not receiving the adequate and rigorous EC services they are entitled to by a passionate and certified staff member? Will they stay when they're asked to stay well past their contract hours, oftentimes to 6 p.m., to watch the students who won't be driven home on the bus due to canceled routes? Speaking from experience. Will they stay when they don't have basic necessities like toilet paper, hand soap, and paper towels, or when their classrooms exceed 75 degrees Fahrenheit, like at my work site? I talk a lot with my arms. I am very sweaty. When the finger is pointed at them after unsuccessful data, despite not being able to meet our students' most basic needs, the school system has one with many hands on deck. And with the ever-growing deficit to our budget, I ask where you will decide to place your hands. Will you extend them to your community's most vulnerable? Or will you point the finger at the educator or their advocates? Will you continue to conceal them for the citizens and employees who will feel the effects of your silent decisions? Or will you throw them up and shrug, favoring vouchers to the system that serves favoring vouchers to the system, the public school system that serves over 86% of North Carolina students? I'll tell you where my hands will be. They're reaching out to my pockets to pay for toilet paper, hand soap, and paper towels, looking into Chromebook repairs and intervention resources. They'll be busily pulling together resources that I do not know will stay for next year. They're pulling funds together to help one another pay bills due to missing paychecks. To rob our schools of adequate funding and in turn blame and punish the countless faces who tirelessly serve the children of our community is immoral and illogical. A lack of transparency and a lack of dignity concerning this extreme lack of funds will only continue to fan the flames beneath an already struggling school system. We plead, we urge, and demand to be at a voice at our table to decide how these precious dollars will be spent. If you expect excellence in education, we deserve excellence in dignity and respect. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michelle Jordan. I live at 6032 Stone Bluff Drive in Clemmons, North Carolina. I know some of you guys have seen me here before. I've talked to some of you guys in meetings about what's going on with our school system. What you guys don't know is that this is my last year of teaching. I have officially retired. Wow, yeah. So saying that out loud is really hard to say. This is not how I wanted to end my career. This is not what I thought I would be doing when I went into college in the early 90s. It's not where I expected to be at 51, but here we are. And it's because I physically and emotionally and my family cannot sustain it anymore. I cannot afford to sustain my family on what we're making. And I'm a teacher that's been teaching in this county for 20 years, educator for 30. Right? Moved down here in 1999, and it took me 10 years of living here in North Carolina to make what I was making in Ohio. 10 years, okay? So here we are, and I'm listening to all of these nonprofits come up and beg for money, and it just blows my mind that we have the answer, right? Like, there is money there to be found in our county, and everybody is asking for you guys to, thanking you, and I'm like, but we have the money there. We don't have to go to net neutrality. And I know that you guys don't want to sit there and talk about raising taxes because that's such a scary thing as a politician to have the constituents hear that, but we're not talking about a ton of money. But if we left the tax revenue where it is right now, we would have $117 million extra brought into this county. And every single thing that our school system needed, every single thing that these nonprofits needed would be able to be funded by our taxes. Now, you don't have to drop it the 20 whatever cents down to make it net neutral, but look at doing something because we are begging for it. We had, people in our county, I don't know how many people here know that in 2015, a Harvard study was put out that out of the entire country, not state, country, Forsyth County, North Carolina was the third lowest from the entire country for you being able to be upwardly mobile if you were born into poverty or middle class in Forsyth County. They came back last week to speak at the Winston-Salem Foundation to talk about how things have changed. And they talked about one of the biggest things to do is to have a fully funded education system. How are we doing that when all we're talking about is cuts? And we're sitting here and we're talking about ADMs like that we're overstaffed. We are not overstaffed. We are not over budgeted. We are drowning. We are dying. Our students are not getting what they need. Our teachers are not getting what they need. Our bus drivers aren't. We are struggling. And our community is going to continue to struggle if we don't fund our schools, because if education system is not good in our county, then our community will not be good. It is a direct correlation. Thank you.
Jenny Easter, 5120 Paramount Road, Pofftown, North Carolina, 27040. Good evening, Commissioners. As you know, my name is Jenny Easter, and I serve as the president of the Forsyth County Association of Educators, our public school staff union. I'm here tonight along with my fellow workers because, as you also know, our school system is in a crisis. And not only is Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools facing a shortfall for this year, but we will be going into the 2025-26 school year with a $13 million deficit. While one of our board members is here to support us, we know that they are not coming to ask you for it. So we will fight for what we deserve. If that gap isn't filled, we'll lose another 200 essential staff positions on top of the over 200 positions we're already losing due to budget cuts and an ever-shrinking state allotment. Even before we knew how deep this financial crisis went, our union members, our public school staff, had already identified critical priorities needed for next year's budget. We called specifically for additional school counselors to expand restorative justice practices to better address student behavior and needs with the proper support, and called for new EC case manager positions to help meet the needs of our students with disabilities. But those priorities have now been pushed off the table, replaced by the looming threat of even more cuts and more losses. And to be clear, because I hear it all the time, we understand the shortfall is not technically your fiduciary responsibility. However, our students and our staff are still your Forsyth County citizens. These are your neighbors, your voters, and your future workforce. And when other levels of government fail to act, your local leadership must step in. And tonight, we are asking you to do just that. Invest in the shortfall for this year and the additional $13 million needed for the next year to stop further cuts and stabilize our schools. Because I'm telling you right now, $180 million from a formula is not cutting it. And we can't stay stagnant on that for 3 years just to see if it works. I'll finish this by saying, in response to a comment made to the media, made about FCA's presence and continuous fight for more funding in this whole budget process, that the haggling every year has not been productive, is very frustrating and gaslighting at its finest. Our advocacy and work was very productive last year with you guys, and it had you all consciously working together to fund the specific needs we needed. But even more so, I'd like to point out that it is literally the union's job in any workforce to fight for better pay and resources for workers to do their job. And what's actually unproductive is making such statements, especially about our union of workers pretending that those numbers don't justify a fight to advocate for those numbers, because those numbers decide whether a student gets a counselor, a bus arrives on time, or a teacher stays in the profession. We're not asking for luxuries. We're demanding the minimum it takes to keep our schools running and our people respected. Thank you.
The next speakers are Norman Hill, Harry Morley, and Melissa Edwards.
Wait a minute. Hello, I'm Norman Hill, Ralph Norman Hill. I reside at 152 Green Valley Road, 27106. I'm not here to ask for money. I'm here as a taxpayer in Forsyth County, as somebody who was born in Baptist Hospital in 1962 and grew up, went through the Winston-Salem Forsyth County school system, graduated, and had a career in IT, a career in public service at UNCG, a career as an instructor at Forsyth Tech. I come from a family of educators. Nothing is more important to me as a taxpayer in Forsyth County than the education of our children. I don't have children of my own, but it's my community. Nothing is more important. We can afford to fully fund the Forsyth County school system. We can afford to make up what I heard was an overage, but really is the deficit where we can do this. I don't care if I spend a few more dollars of tax. I don't like to pay taxes, but this is worth it. This is something that I think that we can do, and we should do it. Support our teachers. We cannot afford to lose our experienced quality teachers. Nothing compensates for experience in the classroom. Nothing. So, I mean, you get a first-year teacher, they're ready, they're eager, they've learned pedagogy in school, they've learned child psychology, but then when they're in the classroom and faced with the day-to-day interactions with students, that's what makes the difference. That's what made a difference in my life. One of my favorite teachers was Robert Anderson at Moore School when I was in 5th and 6th grade, and still makes an impact. So please fund our schools, fund them completely. Thank you.
Good evening, Dr. Martin, County Commissioners. My name is Harry Morley. I live at 126 Buckingham Road, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, 27104. I'm currently running for 10th Congressional District, U.S., but I'm not here to talk about that. I'm a 37-year veteran EC exceptional children's teacher. I'm here to talk about my community which is directly impacted by this budget shortfall. I teach autistic kids. I've taught visually impaired, deaf, hard of hearing. I've taught learning disabled, mild intellectually disabled, and I've also taught like emotionally disabled kids, and that acronym changes all the time. I'm here to fight for them. They need high-quality teachers like myself. I'm currently National Board Certified ×2. I have a master's. I'm certified in every content area, and I have an exceptional children's degree above that. And they deserve, this population, this community deserves the best teachers we can supply. And the only way we can supply that is by giving us the funding that we need. You know, the state, Dr. Martin, I was here when you came. I was here when you retired. I'm still here. And the state says I can teach till I'm 91, but I don't think I'm going to make it that far. But all I know is every dollar you invest in this community, I see my kids, even like I had a kid who was chromosome breakage 14. He is working for Pepsi on a Pepsi truck, loading Pepsis off the truck in there. He's working. I've seen him at Lowe's, see him at Home Depot. I see him in the community in the restaurants. I have one kid who is a firefighter now. And that's what it's all about. And these kids were marginalized in society, but they need high-quality teachers, like the people in front of me right there, they need somebody fighting for them. In order for that to happen, we need you to fully fund what Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools is asking. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Good evening, Dr. Martin and fellow council people. My name is Melissa Willard Edwards, and I live at 5170 Edgbaston Drive in Kernersville, North Carolina, 27284. I am a proud K-12 product of WSFCS. I've been here since I started kindergarten in 1984. And I wonder if you remember where you were when you heard about the Challenger explosion and when you were recovering from how that felt and the support that you got. I know where I was. I was just beginning kindergarten at Griffith Elementary and had the support of my teachers and all the school around us to support, and the bus drivers and everybody that was there, showing us that we were going to be okay. I remember in my second grade classroom that there were these little green footprints that kept showing up closer to St. Patrick's Day, and we just didn't know where they were coming from. Then, for third, fourth, and fifth grade, I went to Hall Woodward Elementary and had a remarkable relationship with the bus driver that drove us from one side of town to the other. And, you know, I have the third grade teacher that I had at Hall Woodward, I still keep in touch with. In fact, he volunteered and tutored in my third grade classroom this year. Then I went to Philo. I went to middle school. Oh, middle school. I was in the art club and got to paint a mural on the walls outside of the outside of the library. And I was in the art club, so we got to help participate in designing and putting up the portfolios and the things that were up at the mall, and got to be proud of those and all the things at the fair as well. In fact, in my classroom at Meadowlark Elementary, third grade, I have a picture that won a blue ribbon at the Dixie Classic Fair when it was still called that, when I was in elementary school. Then I started high school, and my family moved to Kernersville. And, you know, I won 2 Scholastic Gold Keys in art. I started my junior year. I had just made the varsity volleyball team when I had a car accident leaving practice that morning and suffered a traumatic brain injury. And because of the support from my teachers and from the school system, I was able to, you know, have it in my 52 days in the hospital after I was at Brenner and ICU, and then I went to Whitaker Rehab for 3 months. I was able to work with a hospital homebound teacher from this county. And, you know, the teachers and the support system helped me figure out how to take classes through the University of Kentucky for high school credit when it was still mailing those papers back and forth. And I was able to go to Parkland and East at the same time to figure out how to make up a whole year in half a year. We, the teachers, and I've taught in this county since 2007, we are doing what we can to support our students. We need your support. Thank you.
Next speakers are Patty Gillenwater, Stephanie Trillo, and Teresa Bryant.
Hello again. I hope y'all aren't tired of seeing me. It's nice to see you this evening, Dr. Martin and commissioners, and county manager. I am here in support of the school system, but I can't speak to it like our awesome educators can. So what I really want to talk about, this has been amazing listening, and I feel badly for how hard this is and the decisions y'all are having to make this year. I can tell you this. If you're willing to raise our property taxes, we will flood the airways, the newspapers, social media, in support. Right? One thing that's really seems very clear to me is everything that's been talked about tonight, it's about investing. investing in our community. And, recently, I think it was about 2 weeks ago now, we were on a list along with Guilford County, and we were like neck and neck. I think it was quality of life, don't hold me to it. They called out the education system in Guilford County. They didn't call ours out. We have got to have all of this investment happening now in our community because there's nobody else to do it. It's not going to happen from the state. It's not going to happen from the federal. And we desperately need it. And those of us who are fortunate enough to have homes and be paying property taxes, it's not going to break the bank for us to have a couple $100 more on our tax bill. So please do it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Stephanie Trillo. I live at 3315 Willow Wind Drive in Pofftown, 27040. I work at a Title I school, Griffith Elementary. I'm a first-year EC resource teacher. This year, we couldn't start our letters training when we needed to because we didn't have the funding. When we started the letters, we didn't get any stipend for it. When I learned Letterland, which is one of the programs they wanted me to use with my K through 2, I got, I believe, 4 hours of training and what used to be 3 days of training. I don't feel like I can service my kids well enough on that. And I personally came into the school system as a mother. I have 2 children. One of them is here today. I had one that was an EC kid for speech, and I have one that's an AG kid. They're both in middle school now. And when our school system put out the rezoning, and we were told that we would be moving our schools, I was heartbroken, even though we had aged out of it, because I'd put hundreds of hours there. But in the end, regardless of how it goes, if we do move, it's going to greatly reduce our property tax, and I wasn't really happy about that. And I said, we should try to see if we can get this reduced. They're raising it $900, and my husband, who is a socialist from Canada, was like, no. Like, we will pay, and we will pay more because you're crowdsourcing for paper. You're bringing in your own toilet paper. Like, I am fine with paying it. And he kind of put me on an even keel with that. And I know that we are all here, and we've had so many people asking you for money, and I really hope that you can help us close that gap. But I would also like to propose that we look at doing some solar panels at all the schools. Buncombe has saved about $430K a year doing it. Batesville School District in Arkansas is saving about $600,000, and they only have a fraction of the schools that we have. They have 6 schools in Batesville, and Buncombe has 45. Imagine what we could make here. We could be closing a deficit. We could be bringing in millions of dollars. We could be getting more energy efficient buses. Volkswagen, I believe, has a rebate program. It's tenfold. We got solar in my house this year. Last 2 months, I've gotten a $15 credit. I now have like a $30 credit from Duke. Whoever would have thought that I wouldn't be getting an electric bill, that I would actually be getting a credit. And we could be getting the power walls. We wouldn't have to be relying on generators. If there's a power outage, we could still go on. Nothing would stop. My classroom is a black hole. There are no windows. If I lost power, everything would have to end in that classroom. But there really are some green sources we could look into, and it could be renewable, and it could be a good example for the future generations to come.
Hello and good evening. My name is Teresa Bryant. I live at 273 Summer Glen Drive, Louisville, 27023. I'm sure you've heard the term before that teachers have a lot of hats that they wear. Well, I'm going to put on my hat real quick before I get started with some of the points I want to talk about tonight. I am proud to be a Kiwanian and a key club leader at West Forsyth High School. I want to let you know that a lot of these organizations, from the Shalom Project to the Big Brothers, Big Sisters program, West Forsyth Key Clubbers, all 380 that are in the club, have done service at these organizations. I know that they are asking you for money. I'm asking you for it too, I guess, because my students need to learn the value of helping others without expecting anything in return. That's what we need to do. We don't need code of conduct. We need life skills. We need things to help these kids become better members of society. You need teachers like me. I'm a first-generation, 25-year veteran so far of Winston-Salem, Forsyth County Schools. I was actually hired because of Dr. Martin. His buddy, Doug Urey, took 1 year at West Forsyth High School, and if you remember, he called you and said, hey, psst, Doug, I got this girl. She's amazing. I want her to teach, but I'm not named as a principal yet. Do you remember? That was me. Okay, I am National Board certified twice. I have my master's degree. My children are fantastic. My own blood, of course. Now let me get to you why I'm here. Okay, I'm not only here as a teacher, I'm here as a parent of 2 proud graduates. They both withstood Stu Egan, not once but twice. And I'm also a newly member of FCAE. I'm here because I am deeply concerned about the future of our children and the strength of our public schools. Every day in education brings new challenges. Tech problems, issues, Chromebooks, world events, evolving student needs. As educators, we are trained to adapt. We are transparent, and we are gifted problem solvers. We are always ready for that unexpected. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same for our school board. The crisis our county faces isn't surprising to those of us that have been in the classroom. Teachers, we've seen it coming for years. For years, the district prioritized expanding administrative, adding central office staff, while our classrooms became more crowded, scarce, and student needs have become more complex. Chairman Martin, you once said, children are the future of our democracy, and then you ran for office believing students deserved more, all because they did not approve your referendum. I think you're right, and you're still right now. Our students deserve more than the current funding allows. Teachers and staff are working harder than ever, yet we're being asked to do more with less. Today, I give an EOC to my English 2 students. I stood from 8 a.m. until 1:35. I'd like to continue. Our students deserve more. Our students deserve at least $20,000 per pupil. That's not a wishful number. Although our student numbers may be dwindling, the demands and the needs of our students are skyrocketing. This is not only a local issue. Our county commissioners have shown that you value education, but our General Assembly has underfunded public schools for years, especially in counties like ours. Commissioner Woodbury, you once said, I unapologetically devoted to helping educators get the pay and resources they deserve. I couldn't agree more. Public education is the best investment that we can make. We need you, all of you, to take bold action.
Brian, you need to wrap it up.
This isn't just numbers.
Otherwise, I'm going to regret what I told Doug Urey back many years ago.
No. You will not. I'm phenomenal. No, I really am. Okay.
Just see if you can wrap it up.
I am.
That'd be great.
Look, wrapping right now.
Okay.
This is not just about numbers, it's about morals, priorities, our children. Let's not shortchange another generation. Let's rise to this moment and say enough is enough. Put politics aside, put kids first. Our students are counting on us. Our future is counting on us. Please don't let any of us down. Thank you.
Our next speakers are Derek Setzer, Tom Radulovic, and John Gallagher.
Good evening. My name is Derek Setzer. I currently reside at 4100 Briar Creek Road in Clemens. I'm here representing FCAE and Ward Elementary and all public schools in WSFCS. Good evening, commissioners. First, I want to thank you for the ongoing commitment to Forsyth County and making public education one of your stated priorities. You've expressed that you support the continued improvement in school funding, predictable investments, and student success, and long-term financial stability. Those are not small promises. They are bold, noble, and absolutely essential to the future of our children in this community. We are now at a crossroads. WSFCS is facing a $36.8 million shortfall. If the gap goes unfulfilled, we are not just trimming fat, we are cutting into the muscle of our public education system. To plainly state what is at risk, if this budget does not get reevaluated, we are talking about the elimination of a large portion of staff. We are talking about increased class sizes, and overstretched educators. We are talking about fewer resources for multilingual learners and students with exceptional needs. The gutting of enrichment and support services that keep the most vulnerable kids engaged and safe. This doesn't impact just the classroom. It touches every corner of the county. The decisions that you make today will affect whether or not schools become unstable anchors in their neighborhood. Families lose trust in the public education system and seek alternatives. And the very future workforce that Forsyth County depends on, such as the graduates who will fill your hospitals, your fire stations, and your local businesses. Let's be honest, these outcomes do not align with your priorities, but I believe that it can. I am not here just to sound the alarm. I'm here to present a ladder. I present to you 4 practical solutions that align with your stated values. Reallocate county budget priorities. Tough choices are exactly what leadership is for. Education is not a luxury. It is a foundational service that ensures every other function of society thrives. Reallocating funds now is an investment, not a sacrifice. The board's stated priorities include continued improvement in educated funding. If cuts must be made, they should not fall on the children's learning and well-being. Reallocation in a crisis is fiscal responsibility, especially when the long-term social cost of underfunded schools is far higher. Temporary delay to reprioritize non-essential capital projects. A building is only a school if there are teachers and programs inside of it. Prioritizing people over projects doesn't delay progress. It preserves the purpose of public education. Delaying non-essential capital upgrades to protect staffing and services is a responsible trade-off. The board has emphasized predictable and sustainable investments in education. Classrooms don't just need walls. They need people in them. A building with no one to teach is not a functioning school. Prioritizing urgent operational needs over deferred construction aligns with your values and your logic. I'll try to wrap it up as best I can. We could also use the emergency and contingency funds. What do you call a scenario when 78% of students are economically disadvantaged? And we're about to strip away their very supports that help them thrive. This is an emergency, and acting now prevents much costlier damage later. In closing, I offer this not as criticism, but as a collaboration opportunity. The educators and families and the students of Forsyth County are ready to work with you, not against you. But we need more than words of support. We need action that reflects your values and delivers on your promises. Let's make your priorities real in the lives of the people who count on you the most. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Gallagher, and obviously by my t-shirt, you can tell who I represent and what I'm here for. I'm a teacher here in Forsyth County in my 3rd year, but I've also raised 2 sons who have recently graduated from this district. My position in the district is an OCS teacher. I represent 16% of the students in Forsyth County. Those are EC students. I can't tell you the amount of staff that I stand in front of you and have a voice for, and I have been doing so since I got in the union. You see, I write up to 6 reports a day in my classroom with my 43 students that I see Monday through Friday. I teach 2 classes. I teach 3 prep programs because my students go out to a job site every single day and learn valuable job skills so that they can be a productive member in society because they already feel like they're not because they have a disability. And we, as EC teachers, Allow them to be seen and be heard by doing so. Now, you may be thinking to yourself, if you've never been a teacher, Jen, your contract hours are from 8 to 4. You're very right. That is very true. I am never in my building just from 8 to 4. I would love to tell you that I'm Superwoman and great with time management in order to complete all those tasks. My students will tell you that I'm Superwoman. My students will tell you that I am many, many things. As I've said, I've served 43 students in my program on a daily basis. EC is underfunded in the district. We are losing our programs that support our students. COVID was awful to our students. Both of my boys endured it. One did not attend college by his choice. I have one getting ready to go to Western to be an engineer. And if he doesn't go to engineering, he's going to be an architect. And if he doesn't become an architect, he's going to follow in the military like his father. I understand our numbers are down. I also help serve ECS students because an EC community is a very tight-knit community. We don't just serve OCS students. We don't just serve inclusionary practice children. We don't just serve ECS. We are an EC family. My building alone is going to cut 4 instructional assistants. OCS and ECS are about to be at max capacity next year. Not only if we lose those 4 instructional assistants, we lose our planning periods. Children lose out on the many hats that we serve them in. We, as a district, paid out millions of dollars in compensatory services because we are short-staffed and underfunded in the EC world. That is where the money is going. If you don't invest in EC, you're going to keep paying millions in lawyer fees because we don't have the support of the county, the state, and anywhere else that you look at. Thank you.
The next speakers are Marcy West, Denise Gunter, and Alan Daniel.
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you. I know it's late. Try and keep it as brief as possible. I want to thank the County Manager Robinson and her talented team for the updates that they have done to the budget process. It's creating a sustainable and responsible approach for the future, which is very important for us right now, given where we are. I urge the commissioners also to take a look at your process and to revise what you are doing now in your oversight by analyzing the information by service area and department instead of looking at expense type. Expense type aligns with the county manager, but you need to be looking at the services you're providing. So in help with that process, I actually sent you earlier today a format that gives a summary at that level, which is something that will also be meaningful to the community. So I hope you'll consider that. Past budget challenges have been addressed admirably by the county manager and her staff. There are some major things that have gone wrong in the past, such as using recurring funds and not having those align with the recurring expenses. So that's a necessary change so that we have financial sustainability. The other thing is the strategic changes that have been proposed so far to the capital plan. So we have capital improvement projects, funding, and the accounting is being updated. That's all really important to do that, as it will make your job easier as commissioners to continue that. I'm proposing 3 additional budget considerations that I think are important. There has been extensive time spent by staff and the commissioners looking at the community budgets, the community grants. That was a commitment that was made, I believe, early in the year, and I think it's too late to take that out. I think you need to continue to keep that community grant component into the budget this year. And you've heard from many, many people today that indicate it's really important, and that is an investment in our community in many areas where it's really desperately needed. Number two, the commission would really be wise this year to lean into supporting the capital plan. So I know that the plan right now is just to wait another year before you start that process, but I think it's very important to include some additional funding this year and to start to build that growth. The next thing is the financial challenges. So we have to be very pragmatic about the fact that we are facing potentially reduced revenues from both the federal and the state level, and that we have got to take a look at our budget and plan ahead for that. We do not want to be stuck in a situation where we have an emergency situation. And this is really not the year to be taking a super lean approach. I believe in the budget overviews, I heard that it's been traditionally a 3.5% increase in the budget year over year. I think you should be looking at something closer to that than a less than 1% increase. This is a year that we need to actually position ourselves and get ourselves well with a good foundation so we can move forward. Also, the education needs to be supported. It is foundational to our community, to the health of our community, to our economic development, and it's important that we invest in our schools. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Denise Gunter, and I'm here this evening on behalf of the River Run International Film Festival, and I have the privilege of serving as its chair of the board. We're located at 301 North Main Street in Winston-Salem, 27101. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight briefly on the proposed 2025-2026 budget and River Run's request for $15,000 in funding. The county has generously supported us in the past. For 27 years, River Run has been bringing people together from Forsyth County and across North Carolina through film. This includes not only during our festival, which is 9 days every April, but through our year-round programming, including our River Run retros, our Independent Lens series, and our Films with Class, where we're bringing students in to watch films. Through a range of programming, our organization reaches people of all ages, races, faiths, socioeconomic backgrounds. And this year, over 10,000 people attended the festival, many of whom are Forsyth County residents. What is the festival's value to the county, and why should the county support it? I think there's two reasons. One is a quantitative reason, and the other is a qualitative reason. On the quantitative side, we bring money into Forsyth County. There's a company or nonprofit called the American for the Arts, and they produce a report every 5 years called Arts and Economic Prosperity, and I recommend it to all of you for reading because they quantify what the economic impact is of arts organizations like River Run. And they're able to quantify that local residents, and they're using 2022 numbers because their last study was in 2023. With 2022 numbers, local residents contributed $511,161.66 through attending River Run. That's not ticket sales, that's what they spent in Forsyth County at restaurants, at shops, at hotels. Out-of-town visitors contributed $24,948. So when you add those two numbers up, that is $536,109.66 that River Run generated for Forsyth County in 2025. That is almost River Run's entire budget. So we are very proud to contribute those monies to Forsyth County. That money helps employ people. It keeps restaurants and shops busy and viable. And so our grant request of $15,000 is less than 3% of what we contribute. If you look at it from a sales tax perspective and you look solely at Forsyth County 2.25% sales tax, we generated over $12,000 in sales tax revenue for the county this year. On the qualitative side, as so many people have emphasized tonight, Creating livable communities is a form of economic development. It is what makes Forsyth County the wonderful place that we are all so proud of to be a part of, as you heard through so many wonderful speakers tonight. People in Forsyth County look to county government for so many things, but including their support for organizations like mine that help make Forsyth County a vibrant community. The points that are raised in the Americans for the Arts studies warrant your very serious consideration. I don't know if we still have time to do anything for the 2025-2026 budget, but I ask that you please give consideration as you go forward and you think about future years to supporting the arts, not just for River Run, but for all my fellow brothers and sisters in the arts. Thank you very much.
I think I'm next. I've been here as long as y'all have, and I know you're tired. I'm going to ask for something a little different. Oh, by the way, my name is Alan Daniel. I live at 100 Fernworth Court in Clemens, North Carolina. I'm going to ask for something a little different from you tonight. I'm not going to ask you for more money. I'm going to ask you for more transparency, please, and more accountability. I did a little math. Y'all know I'm kind of good at that. I want to thank Mr. Wolf. He always answers my questions promptly and did so tonight. It's estimated, based on the tax base and you all keeping the tax rate at 4 cents above revenue neutral. If my math is correct, that's going to generate about $27.3 million in revenue over a revenue neutral. However, if my math is also correct, that will not cover this year's deficit from the Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools. I know you've heard the numbers 8, 16 million. They said they've already cut $23 million from next year's budget, and they're still 13 short. 23 and 13 is 36. I'm not sure if the 6 or so million that they're going to get next year in addition to what they got this year is part of that number. But just for using round numbers, my round number is the deficit's going to be $40 million. So it looks like the entire increase is going to be eaten up by, and I don't know how else that deficit would be covered unless the county covers it. I have spoken to you all in the past when you approved multi-million-dollar increases in projects for the school system. I understand that it is not your responsibility nor your authority to tell them how to spend the money you give them, except for two things. You all, when the Article 46 sales tax was passed, did a set-aside of $19.8 million. And my understanding of that it was to make sure that teachers got the supplement they had been getting and that it wasn't replaced with the Article 46. However, the budget for Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools, if my quick research is right, has increased from $130 million in 2019 to $177 million this current year. I don't think that includes the Article 46 money. That $19.8 million is part of that. That number has not increased 1 penny in 5 years. Teachers' supplements are a flat number. They're a flat dollar. That number has not gone up since Article 46 passed. What has gone up is the local supplements of the people making over $150,000 because they get a percentage supplement. So if a principal's salary is $100,000 and his supplement is 52.5%, his 52.5% supplement goes up 3%. Teachers don't. Let me finish one thing. So what I'm asking you to do, the number of teachers in the district, according to the numbers I have, is 3,426. You multiply that times the 3,990 that is their local supplement, Article 46 supplement, you get $13 million. I urge you to figure out where the other $7 million in Article 46 money is going. Thank you.
The next speakers are Amanda Johnson, Don Kerr, and Camille Simon.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Amanda Johnson Anthony. I live at 855 Bidding Hall Drive, Rural Hall 27045. Of course, I'm a teacher here in Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools. And I'm here because I feel like it's unfair for us teachers to have to suffer, us Winston-Salem Forsyth County staff, I can't just say teachers, but for us, the staff, to suffer or be cut from our jobs due to the shortfall, the oversight, or what have you. That, or the biggest mistake that was made with the finances. I don't feel like that's our responsibility. We should not have to suffer. We should not be held, it seems like we're being held accountable for the mistakes of others. And looking at 240 staff that have already been displaced from jobs and counting, that's not fair. And the impact that this has on the students in the buildings, they're losing some of their favorite teachers, some of their favorite bus drivers, some of their favorite just people that they see every day. How can we make this right? We show up, we do our job, we love on the kids, we spend our hard-earned money, but yet there's still a way for us to get cut. It's my hope that you guys find a way to try to help support the shortfall and let it not be us. That's it.
Good evening, and thank you for your time. I know it's been a long day for you. We established Board to Care. We have an office at 2200 Silas Creek Parkway. We established that in 2022 to express compassion and empowerment in the community. We focus on women and children. We focus on summer meals, winter coat distribution, mentoring. This year, we gave away and delivered 400 meals to kids during the summer, and some and a few during the school year. Kids should not have to not have good food just because school's out, and that happens a lot. We gave away over 300 coats, mostly new coats, to children who didn't have coats. Kids should not suffer socially or physically because they don't have the right kind of coat to wear when it's cold outside. And they shouldn't be cold because it's cold outside. We believe that caring is our name. We were born to care. We care about people. We care about women and children. We provide diapers. We provide food. We provide clothing. We provide hope. We had a tremendous amount of support this past year from Second Harvest Food Bank. They have been an amazing partner. We have future hopes of working with affordable housing. We want to encompass the needy and women and children that have found themselves in disadvantaged situations We want to find a way to support them and help them break out of whatever cycle they're in and become more productive members of society. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name's Camille Saman. I live at 220 Fiddler's Knoll Court, Kernersville. I'm a member of Forsyth Freedom Federation, and we're here in support of the incredible educators and staff we have building a future for our students here in Forsyth. I wrote quite a bit, but I'm not going to use too much of that because I cannot say better what they have said already themselves. But I do want to point something out that I feel like this short-term thinking is not even helpful in the ways you are intending to make things better. Just want to posit that perhaps by fully funding schools, we might be able to stop having to build another ever larger hall of justice in this county. It's one way or the other for these kids. They don't just poof out of existence if we don't put them in a proper position. They become adults. In a way, these educators can see the future. It's walking around the hallways in their schools. And it's not looking great. I know we're not going to be getting a lot of money for the time being from the federal government for things, maybe from the state even. And I know that maybe that might mean that we have to do some belt tightening. But it's important when you tighten a belt to put it in the right place around your waist, because if you don't, otherwise it's a tourniquet. So, this is not a non-vital thing, schools. It's like a limb. Take care you don't lose it. Thank you very much.
Our next speakers are Rhonda Mays, Odette Sanchez, and Kwamika Shavers.
Good evening. As what was already stated, my name is Rhonda Mays, and I live at 6391 Bishop's Ridge Lane in Rural Hall. Good evening, Chairman Martin, Commissioners, and County Manager Robinson. We are very aware that our state legislators are responsible for providing the funding for schools in North Carolina. We are also aware that the current funding is not sufficient. I want to thank you for the support that Forsyth County Commissioners have historically provided to the Winston-Salem Forsyth County School District. I was an employee in that district for almost 24 years, and I appreciated that support, and I continue to advocate for it. But because of this board, Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools has a supplement for certified educators, funds to increase the salary for our classified education support professionals, funds for the repair, updating, and the building of new schools. I am pleased to learn that this new formula will provide more funding than what was provided last year. But I have two questions. One, will the Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools be allowed to ask for funding beyond this formula? Two, what impact, if any, does this formula have on the future bonds for our schools? In closing, the partnership between the Forsyth County Commissioners and Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools has been vital for students and educators. Winston-Salem Forsyth County Schools is one of the top employers in this county. We want the district to provide an equitable and quality education to every student in facilities that are structurally stable, modern, and free of environmental hazards. Please make sure that the formula doesn't limit the school district's ability to ask for what it needs. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Good evening, and glad to be here. Chairman, Dr. Martin, Commissioners, County Manager. My name is Odette Jambo Sanchez. I'm the Executive Director of Latino Community Services, and I certainly appreciate and we're very grateful for your consideration for our proposal. I'm here to introduce the Pathway to Progress Forsyth Latino Education Initiative, a comprehensive program designed to close educational gaps and empower Latino families across Forsyth County. Despite making up over 13% of our population, Latino residents face persistent barriers. Only 68% of Latino students in North Carolina graduate on time, compared to 87% of their peers, and nearly 40% of Latino adults lack a high school diploma. These disparities are driven by language barriers, limited resources, and unfamiliarity with our educational system. Our initiative directly addresses these challenges by providing bilingual tutoring for K-12 students, family engagement workshops, early learning support, and adult education services. County funds will be used to hire bilingual educators, purchase culturally relevant materials, and expand community outreach. We also offer workshops to help parents navigate their school system and advocate for their children, while adults will have access to GED and workforce readiness program. We are collaborating with many trusted partners. You have heard some of really important ones, which is the Winston-Salem Forsyth County School. And we can't do the work without their support and without working hand in hand with them and supporting the work that they do. We also work with Public Library and AmeriCorps Seniors, among many other tremendous partners. We do this to ensure a seamless continuum of support. These partnerships will help us reach families where they are, reduce barriers to participation, and deliver services that truly make a difference. Our timeline begins this July with staff hiring and outreach, followed by the rollout of student and parent programs in August, and adult education in September. Throughout the year, we'll provide ongoing support, track the progress, and celebrate achievements with the community. Our goals are clear: improve academic performance and graduation rates for Latino youth, increase parental engagement, and enhance adult literacy and workforce skills. By investing in education at every level, we're not just supporting individuals, we're building a stronger and more inclusive Forsyth County for everyone. Thank you for your consideration.
Well, I would say good evening, but it's clearly 10 o'clock at night. My name is Kwame Kia Shavers. As many of you know, I am the founder of the Pink Vote. And I had something written, but through all of the previous constituents who have spoken tonight, they've pretty much said many of my sentiments that I wrote. So I won't belabor this meeting with saying the same thing, but I will say this. Dr. Martin, you may not remember me, but I'll always remember you. I was in middle school and I got into a fight the first month of the school year and I was expelled. And my mother came to you to advocate for me to be able to go back to school, and you told her no. And if it wasn't for outside funding to give to educational schools, like outside of the school system, like VisionWorks, I don't know where I would be, because that allowed me to stay in school. So when it's time to stand up for educators, when it's time to stand up for our community, that's exactly what I'm going to do. And I work in politics. I have a very strong voting bloc. I managed Dr. Woodbury's campaign. I've managed 5 campaigns and were successful. And so I'm not going to stand before you tonight and beg for you to do the right thing. I'm going to leave that up to you all to do the right thing. But what I will do is I'll beg constituents not to vote for you if you don't support the things that you know our community needs. That's what I will do. Tonight was an annoying process to hear long-term community programs come up here and beg for just the bare minimum, the essentials. We elect you all to find, manage, and bring this money to our community so that we can function. Whether it's community programs, whether it's property tax, that's y'all's job. And if you don't do it well, then there's a process to make sure you don't get to serve in this position anymore. The first time I came before you guys about the 6 o'clock meeting, I was extremely nice. I was extremely polite. I even spoke to Commissioner Pryler Wilson in the hallway, and he said that the 6 o'clock meeting wasn't a problem, that was fine, but then he came in here and he voted against it. So I know how y'all roll. Our educators should not be in here begging for money. Our veterans, our elderly, those are our golden pots of our community. They shouldn't be in here begging for funding. So let's do the right thing. Because I'm not going to beg you, but I will beg constituents not to vote for you again. That's what I will do. Have a good night.
Our last speakers are Tom Radulovic, Betty Craven, and Lori Fuller.
Well, they certainly didn't leave best for last in my case. Thank you to the clerk for giving me time. So I've ripped up 3 lesson plans in the course of the evening and decided that my prepared remarks were not what I wanted to say. As a preface, I would like to say the schoolhouse is burning. Schoolhouse is burning. And it wasn't children playing with matches, it was the adults. Now is not the time to cut off the flow of water. We don't know what the damage is. We thought we did a month ago, but the numbers keep changing. We think it's under control, but we haven't been given clear, transparent facts. We've been given a PowerPoint that got rushed through in 5 minutes. We had a Board of Education that voted on something. They had no clue what they were voting on, 7-2. That's not how you present a budget. One thing I was not expecting tonight, it's my first time meeting at a commissioners meeting. One thing I wasn't expecting tonight is that I've had nice things to say about you all. Thank you for having this meeting at 6 o'clock. That allows the community to speak. The other thing that's clear tonight, it hasn't just been residents and citizens, it's been the spirit. One commenter early on talked about he didn't know about God and whatnot, but it's God's work. It's clearly been the spirit tonight. I think Moses was in here earlier asking you for 75 bands for a halfway house. I'd give him 100 because you want to stay on his good size. I know John the Baptist is in here tonight. Whether he speaks or not, I'm not sure. But the Spirit has been moving through the people that have been speaking, and it's been a privilege to share the podium with so many advocates in this community. And I had plans to boldly come up here and ask for $195 million for the schools. I can't do that. I can ask you for $195 million, but it's with humility. You all have an impossible task, but I've got a way forward. You know, I was thinking while people were speaking of what it would be like to be in your shoes. How hard all this is. And it caused me to think about King Solomon, the wisest king in Jewish history. And one thing about King Solomon was he was never a member of a city council. We appreciate the difficulty that you're facing. But here's the solution. I'm taken back to one of my favorite parables, Jesus feeding the 5,000. And Jesus did not say, I can only feed 1,200, or my fiduciary responsibility says I can only feed 2,000. Jesus said, I'm going to feed everyone right now what they need, and I'm going to deliver excess. Folks, it's going to take political and moral courage.
Right, right.
And the moral courage is the moral certainty. The political courage is you have to let go of this idolatrous tax philosophy that says there must be a cut. No, there should. What's a tax system for? It's to benefit people. It's not to be weaponized against people.
That's right. Service.
And this is the chaos that we're seeing in this country is because we are weaponizing against people that need our help. And we are not standing up. We are not having the political courage to do the right thing. We have the money. We have the money. Thank you, Dr. Martin. Thank you, members of the council.
I'm back, Dr. Martin. I'm a retired volunteer. And by that, I mean, I started volunteering at Cash Elementary School when my kids were little. That was back in the 90s. And I was there about every single day. And the kids thought I was a teacher. They thought I worked there. I was the PTA president eventually for 2 years. And took an interest in just helping wherever I could. So teachers would ask me to come in and sit while they went to the bathroom. Or could you do these cutouts? Or how about if you maybe even try and teach this kid how to I have short-term memory issues, I'm sorry. It was a math issue, counting how many birds there were on the mural. Cash Elementary has a wonderful mural inside. I even work with the autistic kids because I wanted to. I wanted to learn, how do they learn? And to come here tonight and hear what's happening today is embarrassing. We weren't having these problems when you were superintendent, Dr. Martin. My other passion is arts and education, and that's part of the PTA. I served on the PTA council with Dr. Martin for 4 years and getting the arts through the Reflections program, because the arts are how some children express themselves. And if they don't have that outlet, they're not going to learn as well as they could. I'm using that as an example to segue into Cash Elementary. Again, a wonderful school. I was on their committee to choose the theme, and they chose multiple intelligences, which was probably the most intelligent thing that the administrators in that school could have done, because you understand how different children learn. And that's so important, because when they get into the workforce, they're going to use their talent and their special ability to do their job better than they could have if they hadn't been allowed to learn how they learn best. And then they can teach further how they can teach others how they can learn best. So I'm here for a passionate plea to please do not let the school system crumble. We bring in these big corporations and spend all this money, and then you think they're going to stay if our school system is a failure? They're not going to want to keep their kids in Forsyth County schools. They're just going to leave. And they're all that money that we've invested in bringing them here, that just makes no sense. That's just, anyway, my other passion is senior services. My mother had several issues, and I took care of her full-time, 4 years, in our house with my children, who were teenagers at the time, who went through the school system, obviously. So that means a lot to me, because I'm one of those on the way. And I'm hoping that I'll be able to use their services when I get there, because my kids don't live here anymore. And most of my parents are gone. I have no siblings, so Shepherd Center, Senior Services, I'm going to need them someday, not too far in the future. The other passionate, as Dr. Martin, you know, is animals. And I want you all to continue taking care of these precious beings on the planet. Thank you for your time.
I'm Lori Fuller, and I wasn't planning on speaking tonight. I think my address is 2719 Monticello Drive. It is, Winston-Salem, 27106. I wasn't planning on speaking when I came today because I'm here to support our public educators. I was going to be here in spirit, and I have been. I decided to join their call tonight and join them earlier last week after witnessing their powerful example of standing up, literally. I thought I wanted to do that with them, and I'm glad I did it with them tonight, but whew. So I started listening out tonight's comments up downstairs in the full overflow room. And I couldn't not speak. Here is my message, and I'm so glad some other folks started saying it. Please tax me. You have to generate the revenue to invest in this place we all call home. The question before us and you all is not whether or not we can afford it. It's whether or not we can afford not to. Right. Yep. You heard from so many nonprofits tonight. I have worked at, volunteered with, donated to, taught many of them about nonprofit program evaluation over the past 12 years. I sat in on 20 years worth of local funding decisions as a staff member at the Kate B. Reynolds Charitable Trust. I know what it's like to look at grant applications and grant reports. I did it for 20 years. Philanthropy cannot fill these holes. And our community needs more nonprofit services and better nonprofit services, not less. So tax me and carry more of your fair share. Our children deserve whole schools and whole communities. They deserve that more than our fund balance deserves to be whole.
I know that's right.
They deserve more than we can patch together with charity and good intentions. Philanthropy, I said, cannot do this. Only consistent, dedicated public funding can do that. I told you I wasn't planning on speaking, but I recognized that first speaker. I was like, where did I see him? Oh, I saw him today on the law enforcement press conference talking about our youth. Let me be clear. If you and other leaders in our community would adequately fund youth activities and services, we wouldn't be spending our tax dollars on press conferences about our children gathering downtown. When young people have safe places to go and engaging things to do, they do it, they thrive. When they don't, they gather wherever they can. They are teenagers. Mine is 20. Thank goodness he made it to 20. Whew. And somehow our children are being identified as the community problem rather than part of our community that we have not provided well for. So now we have a plan. Our law enforcement has a plan to stop our teenagers from, quote, terrorizing our community. They are our community. Yeah. Please make the difficult decisions. Tax me and others like me, homeowners who make well over the living wage that is needed to just barely survive here. Any further cuts to the school system, I don't care if the board asked it or not, they will sit on the shoulders of our youngest residents. Please invest in a collective future for us all, not just some. We all deserve to thrive, no exceptions.
Thank you.
Well, thank all of you for being here. It's been a long evening, and we'll be back together on Thursday. So